Thank you. We can start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everybody can have that. Please read the same great life of Council Mission.
The Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council is an interactive liaison between residents and visitors of the Florida Keys and the staff and management of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. In this role, and with the understanding that healthy ecosystem is essential to the economy and quality of life in the Florida Keys, the Sanctuary Advisory Council will promote restoration and maintenance of biodiversity and ecological resiliency in the South Florida environment. We will strive to achieve a vibrant, ecologically sustainable ecosystem and economy through application of the best available science and balanced conservation-based management.
Rather than a standard roll call that we normally do, I would like for each of the council members to introduce themselves and note what constituency they represent and whether they serve as a member or the alternate. As we enter this public comment period for the restoration blueprint, I think it's important that the public knows us and who they can reach out to for a particular issue or interest to them. So if I can, we'll go to the left, Dr. Chris Benson.
Morning, Chris Benson. I'm alternate for the Education and Outreach.
Phil Whitman, alternate for the U.S. Coast Guard.
Captain David Dupre, FWC.
Starting with me, I'm Lena Rodriguez, and I represent Upper Keys Diving.
Lisa Mongelia, alternate for tourism.
Corey Malcolm, the seat for submerged cultural resources.
Allison Higgins, alternate for Terry Thompson, Spin West.
Shelley Kruger, I am the alternate for the research and monitoring.
Dave Vaughn, the regular for the research and monitoring from Plant Mountain Corps.
Stephen Patton, the alternate for the Lower Keys member of
And Marita, member, recreational safety.
Steve Leopold, Charter Sport Fishing.
Nick Barham, representing Naval Air Station, Key West.
Eddie Grant, Conservation.
Alternate.
Karen Norman, alternate voting minister.
Hello, good morning. Michelle Cooldown, representative for the Board of County Commissioners.
Justin Brulin, member, recreational shield.
Diane Johnson, Director of Keys National Park.
Heather Lau, Fisheries Services.
Good morning, Glenn Meadows, there's one key that's in the West.
Good morning, Captain Adam Shamey for all Coast Guard interests in the Florida Keys.
Victor Sanchez, second U.S.
John O'Leary, alternate Lower Keys Tourism.
David Makepeace, representing Upper Keys Citizens Bar.
Rachel Bowman, Citizen Bar, Lower Keys, alternate.
Kitty Blackburn, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Chris Berger, Conservation and Environment.
Susie Irving, Upper Keys Citizen at Large, alternate.
Joe Leatherby, Lower Keys Diving.
Will Benson, Flat Fishing.
Good morning, Joy Walzak, for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Councilwoman Cindy Lewis from City of Lee.
Staff citizen at large, Lower Keys.
Good morning, I'm Matt Ricard, District Regional Director, Office of National Sanctuaries.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Feynman, Superintendent, Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary.
Thank you. And I'm Cliff Barris. I'm the Lower Keys Tourism member. Thank you. Oh, yes.
So, I'm John Hunt, FWC.
Terry Lorenzi, Assistant Restoration.
Fantastic. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes for our June 18th meeting, please?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And then also a motion to adopt the agenda for this meeting today. Thank you, Terry.
Second.
Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. As most of you know, in 2011, the condition report shed some light on some very disturbing trends about the state of our sanctuary. And it was at that time in 2011 that the SAC decided that we needed to act, to do whatever we could to try to protect our resource. And there's a lot of things that are typically beyond our control to manage. However, there are a lot of things that we can do to move the needle towards protecting our sanctuary resources. I recently read an interesting article that had an interesting fact I'd like to share. So Florida's coral reefs represent the third largest barrier reef ecosystem in the world. And the total area of the world's coral reefs amounts to less than 1/4% of the entire marine environment. Yet reefs are home to 25% of all marine life and form the nurseries for about 1/4 of the ocean's fish. That is just stupefying. Our reef here in Florida Keys is a foundational cornerstone of both our tourism industry and the commercial fishing industries. And without a healthy reef, the Keys economy would suffer greatly, I believe. I also think it's important to know that of the 3,800 square miles that encompass the sanctuary today, only outside of the wildlife management areas, only 2 square miles of which have restricted uses. That, again, is one of those facts that when you just look at the totality, that I really think that we as a body can do more. So, for 7 years now, we've been working on the restoration blueprint, and today we're going to finally see the fruits of our labor. I'm very excited to see the efforts of all the staff. And today's release is also yet another opportunity for the public to engage with the sanctuary, as well as to provide comments. So before I start, I just want to let you know that there's going to be a few changes. There's some sign-in sheets going around the room. If you're willing, please sign in with your name and affiliation or any interest area. There's also a box to check if you'd like your email added to the sanctuary informational email list serve. If you check that box, please also provide your email address. And then note also that the email serve is only used to provide information to the public about activities related to the process, public meetings, schedules, and agendas. We also live stream all of our meetings on the SAC's YouTube channel. So if you'd like to watch previous meetings or future meetings, I encourage you to subscribe to that YouTube channel. The purpose of today's meeting and a series of presentations is to provide background and details on the content of the restoration blueprint. The morning presentation will present a range of alternatives with a focus on NOAA's preferred alternative. Presentations in the afternoon will highlight some of the beneficial and adverse impacts to the environment, historical resources, and socioeconomic resources and human uses. Sanctuary staff will also share information about next steps, upcoming public meetings, how to access the document, and interactive mapping tool, and how to provide public comment. Finally, because sanctuary staff has so much to share with us, and we are all just seeing and hearing about the restoration blueprint details for the first time, we're going to do public comment a little bit differently today. There are stacks of blank note cards at the front table, at the staff member table, and a few other locations. Please grab a few note cards and use them throughout the presentation to jot down any questions or thoughts you have about what is being presented. If you're willing, please include your name and affiliation or area of interest. For instance, diving, recreational fishing, etc. After all presentations, we have scheduled time for the public to informally interact with advisory council members and or sanctuary staff, so you can share your thoughts and or written cards with the staff members and staff at that time. Staff members can then represent your questions and perspective during the staff member discussion Q&A agenda item. So we recognize that there may be many more questions to consider than we have for today. However, there will be many more opportunities following this meeting for the public to engage, ask questions, and provide comment. Sanctuary leadership and staff will share details about upcoming meetings and the public comment period and how to find information on the Sanctuary website. Finally, any cards that you want to submit to Sanctuary staff for consideration following this meeting, you can put in a question box on the welcome table out front. As we have a lot to cover today, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Brooklard, Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, Eastern Region Director, to say a few welcoming remarks.
Thanks very much, Clint. Good morning, everybody. I would like to start with a thank you. A thank you first to Sarah, Beth Debney, and the rest of the Florida Keys National Sanctuary team for all the work that has gone into the restoration blueprint. And I'd also like to extend a major thank you to all the advisory council members. I know this is a long time in the making, but this, as we all know, is a very complex process, and these things often take time. I wanted to let you know from sort of the sanctuary system perspective that we have a lot of things going on right now. We have a expansion going on, an active expansion of Flower Garden Banks National Marine Sanctuary. We're soon to have an active expansion of the Monaco National Marine Sanctuary, considered the battlefield surrounding World War II Battle of the Atlantic. We have an active designation off of the eastern side of Wisconsin. Ed Lindelof and I attended 4 public scoping meetings recently for the Lake Ontario National Marine Sanctuary. And I'm very proud to let everybody know that 2 weeks ago we issued the final rule for the first new National Marine Sanctuary in 20 years, Malice Bay in the southern Chesapeake. But why do I tell all of you that today? I tell you that because in amongst all of these things, the restoration blueprint and the issues here at Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary take highest priority in our program. We are aware of the many issues that, as Clint rightly mentioned, are affecting the reef tract here, and we are prepared to support this effort and all of the upcoming actions that will be taken on this effort with all of the resources that we can dedicate to this process, in and around all the other things that we have going on. So it is also important for you to know this because there's a lot of attention on these sanctuaries at the moment across NOAA. And we are, I'm very happy to say, we are experiencing very strong support from the agency, from NOAA leadership, from our political team, including on this effort. Sarah and her team have done an amazing job of keeping them updated, keeping John Armour and myself updated, and so we are very happy with where things have evolved. And last but not least, I would just like to underscore what Clint said, that this is the first step in many along the continuum as we continue to evolve this process. This is the first draft that we will see, and we really look forward to your input and your comments on various aspects of this that goes forward. Beth and others will be detailing that today. So again, on behalf of the sanctuary system, on behalf of NOAA, thank you very much for coming today, and we look forward to your continued input on this process.
And with that, we'll turn it over to Superintendent Feynman to discuss our restoration blueprint.
Eric? Yep. Thank you, Eric. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a big day. I would like to, wow, that's a little loud. Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep talking and you can get the volume.
Just right. First of all, I want to start by echoing Matt's thanks to our advisory council for hanging in there on this process. It has been a considerable effort, and I don't need to tell you that. I'm very eager that we have finally gotten to this point where we are going to share with you this restoration blueprint. And I hope that when you do see it and hear more about it, you will see that it honors the input that we have received from this body over the course of several years and that we have received from our community through many public meetings. I remember that my first Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting was just 2 years ago. And for those of you that were there, at that meeting, council members each went around the table and spoke to me about their concerns, their issues, their thoughts about what I needed to know as the new sanctuary superintendent. And I remember being completely blown away at that meeting based on the amount of expertise, the concerns that were raised, the passion and the commitment. And so in thinking about that, I actually watched that video again this weekend. And in thinking about all of that input that we have received, yesterday we did a quick calculation. And this body, this Sanctuary Advisory Council, has collectively given close to 200 years of service to this body. That is incredible. And I feel really honored to be able to work with you and proud to be able to do this next step with you. As I noted at that meeting, I heard a lot of concerns. People had a lot of issues that they thought we needed to pay attention to. And those concerns have been echoed by the community to me for the last 2 years. I have heard emails, calls, people come up to me and say, we're concerned about this. This is an issue. We've got change. I see change. And so as a result, I'm thrilled that today we are finally at the point where we can stop talking about issues and start talking about action. Action to address the threats that we're all aware are occurring in our learning ecosystem. It is time to act. It is time to do something about these threats, about these concerns. So I think we can all agree that our community, our way of life, and our economy are tied to the ocean here in the Florida Keys. I think we can all agree that we need those marine resources to be healthy, to support our way of life, to support our economy, and to support our community. I suspect that we will start to disagree on exactly what we need to do to make those systems more healthy. I suspect we will all have different views on what the right course of action is. Going out on a limb there. I'm going to go out a little bit more of a limb and say that at the end of all of this, I suspect that not one of us will be 100% satisfied with a single solution that we all come up with together. I suspect that will happen. That said, we must work together toward a solution, toward action. We must take steps to address the issues that we're facing. So I think there has been a notion that our ocean is boundless. It's boundless. We can take what we want. We can put in what we want. It's too big to fail. Then I think some people have swung to the other side of the pendulum there and think, it's too big to fix. The problems that we face are too big to fix. What can we do? And here in South Florida, certainly we have big challenges. Water quality issues, water temperature issues, hurricanes, coral disease. We've got daunting challenges. But I don't believe that our ocean is one we can give up on. I really believe that it is time to act. Our ocean is too important to neglect. It's time to act. And so I think that we need to really come together as a part of this process, consider these proposals. Everyone invest in making a better future for these national resources. So I want to leave you before I get into the meat of it, which is really what you want to hear, some of the details of this blueprint. But I want to leave you with a favorite quote of mine that some of you have heard me say, but I think it's really appropriate right now. And that is, the future is not an inheritance. The future is an opportunity and an obligation. And it is our opportunity right now in this community to come together to address the threats that we're facing and to take action on behalf of that future. So with that, I will get to the part we've been waiting for some time. Although actually Beth is going to get to the part that you've been waiting for. I'm going to give you some background so that when Beth comes up here. Next slide. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So a quick reminder, and I apologize. You're good. Although you notice. Okay. So a quick reminder, the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Sanctuary, established in 1990. 1997 was the last time we did a comprehensive review of our zoning, of our management plan, of our regulations. It's been a while. We've done a few significant things in the interim. 2001, Tortugas Ecological Reserve was added. 2007, our management plan was updated. That speaks to the non-regulatory aspects of what we do. But it's important to remember that it's been over 2 decades since we tried to do what we're trying to do now. Oh dear, I didn't know how to work this. There we go. Okay, so why create a restoration blueprint? Well, as I noted, a healthy Florida Keys marine ecosystem is the foundation of our economy. We can all agree on that. We also know that numerous stressors are putting the future of our marine environment at risk. And therefore, we need a plan that addresses those threats and helps us maintain the natural resources that we all depend upon and care so much about. So just a few statistics on the economy and how all these different activities are taking place in the Florida Keys. Significant levels of activities. I'm not going to read all the statistics, but what this translates into, importantly, is significant economic impacts. $4.7 billion is supported by our marine ecosystem. Significant portion of the economy, many jobs. Many of us in this room have jobs that are tied to a healthy marine ecosystem. But that said, as I've noted, and as we've all noted, that system upon which we depend is at risk. So, as was noted earlier, this process sort of launched with the publication of a condition report. This is a sanctuary report card on the status and the trends of what is happening in the sanctuary. This was published in 2011, used the best available science, and probably documented what many of you in this room already knew. That is that we have challenges. A lot of the results of that indicated that we have poor or less than good conditions to our resources. In a lot of cases, they're declining. That was the impetus of this whole effort. And of course, it speaks to declines in our reefs. This is not news to anyone. This is true of Florida. It's true of reefs around the world. We are seeing declines in reefs everywhere. You'll see that number on the bottom, coral cover, 6.22%. That is the last published data. That was published in 2015. I might remind you that we have had Irma and a significant coral disease. So I'm looking at some of our scientists in the room, but I think that number, I'm going to go out on a limb, is probably closer to 2 or 3 at this point. It should be, for those who wish to know it, more like in the range of 35, yes-ish. So it's considerable impacts to our reef system. Clint noted that when he began his remarks. Seagrass is another very important ecosystem here in the Keys, have also been struggling with a number of different threats. And so we are also very concerned about this important ecosystem. Now, I noted that the kind of the kickoff for this whole process was our 2011 condition report, but I think it's important to remember that time has marched on, and during that time, a number of significant perturbations have occurred in the system. So you can see on this slide, I'm not going to go into all of them, and you all know about these, but when you look at it like this, when you put this all together, and look at this as a complete system and all of the different perturbations that this environment has experienced, it reiterates the fact that we have challenges. So, okay, just a quick slide acknowledging that we have many more challenges. I'm not going to go into each and every one of them, but this is a system that is under stress. And so, as I noted, that condition report was presented to this body back in 2012. I think it was before I was here, so I believe it was 2012, presented to this body. And this body said, we need to do something about that. Launching a process that we have reached a significant milestone in today. So during that process, this body met numerous times, held over 70 public meetings, received lots of public comment, and the body itself, the Sanctuary Advisory Council, also provided recommendations to us as far as how to address these threats. And so as I noted earlier, I hope that what we present to you today, you will see your voices and your fingerprints in these alternatives. You will hear what you have involved in, how you have contributed to this process. Now, along the way, we've also been working with our partners in the state and the federal side of the house, because as you all know, there are multiple jurisdictions here, and so we have been coordinating very, very carefully all along the way with our partners in the state of Florida, with the National Fisheries Service and the NOAA Fishery Management Councils, and then other federal agencies, Coast Guard, Navy, DOI. So I want to reiterate what we're going to do today. We're about to get into the meat of it. And so you're going to hear a presentation on the alternatives, again, focusing on the preferred alternative. I want to reiterate that there are four. One is status quo, leave it alone. Maintain the existing management as it is. That doesn't mean the resources will be status quo. It just means the management will be status quo. 3 additional alternatives. 1 is our preferred alternative, and 2 are on either side of that. I want to be clear that we're not expecting people to simply choose a single alternative. People can provide comment on different aspects of different alternatives. So we expect to hear that people like this about the preferred, but that about alternative 4, and maybe this about alternative 2, and that should stay status quo. It's important also to understand that this process wasn't just about drawing some lines and coming up with some new regulations. This process involved a very thorough and careful evaluation of those alternatives, an analysis of those alternatives. And so you will hear presentations from some of our team to describe those analyses and what we anticipate the effects of these proposed changes may be. We're also going to tell you again about how to stay involved. We have 164 more days, 5 months to provide comment. You can do it any day of the week, from home, regulations.gov, provide comments, or you can come to our next 2 SAC meetings. We have 2 SAC meetings during that public comment period. We will have open public comment during that time. As Clint explained today, we don't unfortunately have the time to do that, but because our Sanctuary Advisory Council has been invested in this process for years, we want to give you at the table the first chance to ask questions and provide comments today. Members of the public, you can speak to any one of these folks sitting around the table during a break, give them your thoughts, and perhaps they can bring that to the table. If not, we can definitely look forward to seeing you at a future Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting. Also going to be having multiple public sessions, informational sessions. We're going to be at Board of County Commissioners. Tomorrow we're going to be at Rotary clubs, city council meetings. We are going to be all over this community, presenting this information, answering questions, and taking input. And so at this point, I think, oh no, actually I want to remind everybody, I'm sorry, a couple more things. The restoration blueprint went live at 8 o'clock this morning, so it is on our website, so you can find out all I think we need to know about this on our website. There are static maps there. There's also an interactive map. We will show you this later today, but this is a tool that we have designed to, I hope, allow folks to really dig into the different alternatives, zoom in on your favorite spot, click the different layers which represent different alternatives. You can read about and understand what are the different changes. And then, of course, the whole text. If you really want to read it all, hundreds of pages of proposal and analysis. It's important stuff. It's important stuff. And then the other thing is it also describes our management plan. So that is where you can find out more. As I noted, we're going to have a lot of opportunities for involvement. Here are some of the dates. This is on our website, so you don't feel like you need to scribble this all down right now. It's on our website, but we want to make sure you're clear that we have plenty of chances, I hope there's plenty of chances, for people to get involved. Again, noting that public comment was all
want to kind of get into the meat of the course? Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? So thank you all for coming today as we present the draft environmental impact statement or restoration blueprint. I just want to note that I have a lot of information that we're going to share this morning. This presentation and all of the other presentations that we give today will be posted on the website, so you can refer to this later as a reference as you review the document and consider your input and your comments. I also, like Sarah and Matt, want to thank everyone for all the time you put into this. Many of the members of the public here have contributed both on the working groups and through public comment throughout the process. And to see you here today really is meaningful that you want to engage, you want to help us design the future of the Florida Keys. So I'm going to step back to the very beginning of this process and highlight the Sanctuary Advisory Council goals for this process. And we have handouts, Advisory Council members have this, and the public have handouts highlighting the Advisory Council goals, principles, and objectives for this process. And at the highest level, the Sanctuary Advisory Council goals included a focus on the environment. Let's look at how we can reduce stressors from human activities by potentially restricting access, protecting large contiguous habitat areas that provide the protection for the full life cycle of species, improving condition of habitats, and key species. This was balanced by economic and human use activities, so facilitating minimizing conflicts among uses, preventing heavy concentration of uses that impact sanctuary resources, providing sites for research and monitoring, and ultimately wanting to achieve a vibrant ecosystem and economy. So these are the Sanctuary Advisory Council goals for this process. And as part of this process, the Advisory Council also identified 9 priority issues, 3 of which have working groups for that process, and I'll talk through those as we go forward. But what I'm going to share today is the details of the restoration blueprint. As many of you know, when the federal government takes an action we are required that may affect the environment or the economy, we're required to analyze a range of alternatives. And so that's what we're presenting today. And as Sarah noted, there's always the no action. So keep the management the same. That does not necessarily mean the resources will stay the same. So in our proposal, we have a no action alternative and 3 action alternatives that are progressively more protective. Alternative 3 in the document is the agency's preferred alternative. With these alternatives, there are individual components. So in the document, you will see proposals for management plan activities, for potential boundary expansion, for potential updates to sanctuary-wide regulations, those regulations that apply throughout the sanctuary, regardless of where you are, and finally, specific marine zone and zone-specific modifications and updates. But to ground us in the current management of the Florida Keys, this shows no action. And just again, to reiterate what Sarah said, this is how we have been managing the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary since generally 1997. The first management plan, zoning scheme, and regulations were implemented in 1997. This map here shows that zoning scheme. The red overall boundary is the sanctuary boundary. In 2001, the Tortugas Ecological Reserve was added. 2007, the management plan was updated, and those are the non-regulatory activities. So the day-to-day, the heart and soul of what staff does and how we work with our partners to manage and understand the resources of the Florida Keys. One other update, in 2010, the entire sanctuary was made a no discharge zone. In 2002, the state with EPA made state waters no discharge zone, and in 2010, that was expanded to the entire sanctuary. So while on this slide, I just want to note a few things. One, we are adjacent to Biscayne National Park, Everglades National Park, Dry Tortugas National Park here in the Tortugas region. We overlap with 4 national wildlife refuges in the lower Keys and Crocodile Lake in the upper Keys. There are state parks, state aquatic preserves. There are also management entities in the Florida Keys. 60% of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is within state waters. So the state is a huge and important partner with us, and a lot of the proposals actually look at how we can align better with and work better with the state of Florida. So the first component I'm going to talk through is the management plan. And as I noted, the management plan is the non-regulatory actions, what staff do on a day-to-day basis, the programs we implement, and there is a proposal for revising our existing management plan. It is in the document, and I encourage you to really look at this. There's a lot of information there. I'm just going to highlight some of the high-level elements of that today. But I encourage you to really look at that, because there's something in there that everyone in this room can see how we're working with partners, and the activities we're working to advance. So the management plan has 5 goals, and these goals are driven by the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuaries Protection Act, as well as informed by the Advisory Council goals for this process and the input we've heard through the last many years from you and the community. So goal 1 is really focused on improving our understanding of sanctuary resources, the ecosystem services they provide, and their value to the Florida Keys and the economy of the Florida Keys. This is just a very high level, a few of the items in this goal. Updating our comprehensive science plan, what research are we going to do, how are we going to work with partners, facilitate academic research in the sanctuary, bringing all that data together so it's easily accessible and used to inform management and future research, surveying and identifying for historical resources. Historical resources is an important other resource in the sanctuary that we have to research, to interpret, to educate the public about. And finally, repeat the economic value valuation study. And there's been effort over the last many years to build the partnerships and the funding to be able to do that. So that's just a sampling for improving understanding of our sanctuary resources and ecosystem services. Goal 2 is focused on the resources, maintaining and improving the status of these resources. And the 4 objectives here are the items that are in our condition report, what we analyze in our condition report. So water quality, living marine resources, historical resources, and habitats. So working with our other partners, the Water Quality Protection Program, South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force on the water quality issues that are local and regional and how they affect our resources here. Developing a sanctuary restoration plan, really looking at how we can work with our partners to restore all the habitats, coral reef ecosystems, hard bottom, seagrass, and how we advance efforts to proactively restore these ecosystems. And finally, working with partners to understand and improve the condition of living marine resources. We all know it was one of the priorities of the Advisory Council that many species in the sanctuary are managed by other partners as well. So our Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the South Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. So partnership really an important aspect of this plan. Our third goal, under the management plan is then reducing threats to sanctuary resources and managing human uses associated with potential impacts to resources. And under this goal, some of the activities are mooring buoy program. Mooring buoys are a very important tool to both facilitate use and access to the marine environment here, as well as it's a tool to address potential impacts from anchoring, anchor damage, and the like. So looking at improving, enhancing the monitoring the mooring buoy program, our Blue Star programs, Blue Star dive and snorkel operator, and fishing guides. Those serve as both an education and outreach stewardship aspect, but also through educating the users, the clients about the ecosystem, reducing threats on the ecosystem. In this category, we also have enhancing our regulatory compliance, permitting, and how we develop best management plans for reducing threats. Goal 4 under the management plan is increasing awareness and support for Florida Keys and its resources. This is where our education, our outreach, our volunteer programs fall. Expanding our programs to new and diverse audiences is a focus. Issue-specific outreach tools and products to really hone in on the issues and the threats that we're facing today, and supporting and strengthening our volunteer programs. Here we show a little T-Motion, our on-the-water docents that interact with people using the resources, educating them where they are, what the regulations are, providing them interpretive information. And I'll highlight here, this is our screenshot of the volunteer voter education course. That was a request from the advisory council as part of this process for us to look at how to enhance voter education through voluntary means and or mandatory education programs. And we launched this program in the spring of last year. And our final goal under the management plan is advancing and support collaborative and coordinated management. And this is sort of 2 parts. One, making sure that the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary has the staff component to implement all this work, that we have the vessels, the facilities, Eco Discovery Center. If you've been in Key West, it's undergoing a refresh, so it'll be a very good location for interpreting to the public, engaging the public who may not be able to go out on the water and see the resources. So it's that side of things, but then also this is where the activities focused on collaboration, working with our state co-management partners, our other federal agency partners, looking to enhance our enforcement relationships and activities. So those are the types of activities that are included in the management plan. So the management plan, it is a proposed revision of the 2007 management plan, and it is consistent across alternatives 2, 3, and 4. So there's only one management plan in the document, but a lot more than I shared here. So I do encourage you to take a look at that and provide comment on those activities and where you like and where we could strengthen. The next component I'm going to talk about is proposals to expand the sanctuary boundary. And so this is the overall boundary of the sanctuary. And I have 2 slides here. The first slide shows the proposal that is included in alternatives 2 and 3. So no action is the red boundary, that's our existing boundary. And the proposal that is included in our preferred alternative includes 2 proposed expansions. One here along the eastern and southern edge, and that is proposed to align our existing sanctuary boundary with the area to be avoided. The area to be avoided is an area that we have regulated since the sanctuary was established. Vessels over 50 meters are not allowed in that area. It's regulated in that way because of several large vessel groundings that impacted the coral habitats there. And so the proposal is to align the geographic boundary with that regulatory boundary that we have regulated since 1990. Second is to encompass the Tortugas region. And that would be a proposal to expand around the existing Tortugas South Ecological Reserve. And the intent there is to provide additional protections for the benthic habitats in these areas, as well as to support the connectivity in that region with the rest of the Florida Keys. So this is the proposal. This is what is included in alternative 2 and 3 is our preferred alternative. And in this area, sanctuary-wide regulations would apply. So nothing in addition to sanctuary-wide regulations, and that's the next component I will talk about. I have highlighted here alternative 4. Alternative 4 is the most protective alternative, and there's one change here, which is the proposal to include Pulley Ridge as a boundary expansion in the sanctuary. Pulley Ridge is about 28 miles from the proposed extension of the existing boundary, so 28 miles further to the west. And Pulley Ridge is an important nationally significant mesophotic coral reef ecosystem. So it's the deepest coral reef that still photosynthesizes at about 60 to 70 meters or near 200 feet, I believe. And this area is currently protected as a habitat area of particular concern, as recommended through Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. A portion of that area has been protected under that since 2005, and just in 2018, the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council has sent to National Marine Fisheries Service a proposal to expand that zone to protect additional benthic habitat. And so the sanctuary proposal is this zone here, which would align right over the existing and proposed expansion of the habitat area of particular concern. And in this area, the proposed sanctuary regulations would be sanctuary-wide regulations plus a no anchoring regulation for all vessels. The Gulf of Mexico regulations include no anchoring for fishing vessels, as well as some restrictions on bottom tending fishing gear. So sanctuary proposal is to have sanctuary-wide and no anchoring of all vessels to provide additional benthic habitat. So those are our sanctuary boundary expansion proposals. Preferred is these two areas in the central area, and alternative 4 includes that expansion. The next component I will talk about is sanctuary-wide regulations. And sanctuary-wide regulations, as I've noted, apply throughout the sanctuary, wherever you are. And I'm just going to highlight a few sanctuary-wide regulations that we propose to modify, and a small number of proposed new sanctuary-wide regulations. This is the full list here. I'm going to go through each one individually, but the top above the box are those sanctuary-wide regulations that apply consistently across alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Those two in the box would only apply in alternative 4, which is the most protective alternative. And many of these sanctuary-wide regulations, as you see when I walk through them, you'll see it's sort of you leave it no action or you take action. And so it's consistent across the alternatives. So the first one I'm going to talk about is a proposal related to cruise ship discharges. And this is included in alternatives 2, 3, and 4, and it's the same in those alternatives, and is our preferred alternative. The current regulation that we have specific to discharges discharge of any material except water generated by routine vessel operations, for example, vessel washdown and breakwater. So that is our existing regulation. And note that this is not all the language of our existing regulations. The proposed change is to prohibit discharge of any material from a cruise ship except clean cooling waters, clean bilge water, or clean anchor wash water. So specifically changing this regulation to change what cruise ships can discharge in the sanctuary waters to add potential additional protections for water quality in the sanctuary. The next regulation, sanctuary-wide, is our existing emergency regulation. The emergency regulation that exists in the sanctuary, we can put a temporary regulation in for 60 days with one 60-day extension. We have used this on only a few occasions. In 1997, we had an emergency regulation in the Tortugas region to close an area that was impacted by anchoring, and that we actually went through the public notice process to make that a permanent regulation. So the Tortugas Bank no anchor zone started through this emergency authority and was made permanent through public process. The second time we used this emergency regulation was in 2003 when we closed two small areas due to, it was in two areas affected by coral disease, and put temporary closures there to try and reduce additional stresses from human impacts, vessel impacts, and the like to hopefully provide additional protections, reduce impacts to help that ecosystem have some resiliency and recover. That was not made into a permanent regulation. That was just a temporary closure for a limited amount of time. So the proposed change is to essentially extend the time limit that we could have a temporary emergency regulation in place from 60 days to 180 days with one 186-day extension. And that would give potential 1 year of time that an emergency regulation could be in place. And a few things. One, allows time for the agency partners to do any assessments of the issue, research, potential allow resources to recover. Also, if needed, the example I gave with the Tortugas Bank no anchor zone, if needed, to put a permanent regulation in place that gives us the time to do the proper public process, noticing it, getting public comment, etc. And this, I just want to highlight here, the advisory council through this process asked the agency to look at how we could be more flexible in our management, more adaptive when impacts arise, threats arise. How can the sanctuary be a little bit more nimble in our management? And this, in looking at all of our existing authorities and looking at how we could do that, this is the proposal for to use the emergency regulation to have that flexibility. And the issues that the advisory council identified, coral disease events, storm events, new and intense human use events, so that's the type of activity. The next sanctuary-wide regulation that we have a proposed update to is our historical resources permitting. And Matt Lawrence is going to be giving a presentation in the afternoon, and he'll go into more depth than I will this morning. But just a quick highlight, the consistent regulation is inconsistent with our state partners. There's state permitting in state waters of the sanctuary and federal waters. The NOAA has 3 permit categories, which include survey and inventory of historical resources, research and recovery of historical resources, and de-ascension and transfer of historical resources. So the proposal is to, first and foremost, align how we manage historical resources in federal waters with state waters. So consistent regulation across our entire sanctuary with our state partners, and creating one historical resource category specific to archaeological research. So aligning state regulations as well as enhancing the archaeological research activities in the sanctuary. This is the first that I'm going to talk about that is a proposed new regulation, and it has to do with derelict vessels. Our current regulation, we do not explicitly regulate derelict vessels unless a discharge has occurred, there's an alteration to the seabed, or a potential destruction, loss, or injury to sanctuary resources. So the proposal is that we would prohibit anchoring, mooring, or occupying a vessel at risk of becoming derelict or deserting a vessel aground at anchor or adrift. Also prohibit leaving harmful matter aboard a grounded or deserted vessel. With this, it would also include reporting requirements for certain time limits when an individual would have to report to the sanctuary, and also develop a plan to remove that derelict vessel. And this is another one, particularly the reporting, actually in two places. The vessel at risk and the reporting requirements. We really looked at existing state regulations for aligning with regulations they already have in place, and how we can align our sanctuary-wide regulations with that and enhance and strengthen those. One other item I will note related to this is when a vessel does go aground or become derelict and needs to be salvaged and needs to be removed, there is potential that additional impact to sanctuary resources could occur because of those activities. And so one of the working groups the Advisory Council set up, the Shallow Water Habitat and Wildlife Working Group, had an objective to look at that activity, towing and salvage activities, and how to reduce impacts from those activities. And that working group we brought in a lot of the towing and salvage community to have conversations about what that might look like. And so in our management plan, there are activities related to towing and salvage activities, and working with the towing and salvage community to develop best management plan practices so that the impact from that activity is lessened. So lots of activity here, but really trying to give the agency a little bit more authority to address the issue of derelict vessels. The other proposed new regulation has to do with the activities of fish feeding. Our current regulation, one, inconsistent with state regulations. State does regulate fish feeding in the state waters throughout Florida and in the sanctuary. Our regulations do not explicitly address fish feeding unless a discharge has occurred or there's destruction, loss, or injury to sanctuary resources. The proposal for updating or for adding a new regulation specific to fish feeding is to prohibit the feeding of fish, sharks, or other marine species from any vessel and or while diving. And this both aligns with and strengthens a little bit the existing state regulations. We have a few proposed updates to the use of mooring buoys in the sanctuary. And just to remind you, mooring buoys are a tool, a management tool that we provide both to facilitate use as well as to protect the benthic habitat in the areas where anchoring may occur. Currently in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary regulations, mooring buoys are required in Tortugas North Ecological Reserve. When you have an access permit to enter that reserve, you are required to use a mooring buoy. And in all other sanctuary preservation areas and in Western Sandoval Ecological Reserve, if a mooring buoy is available, you're required to use it. So adding additional protection to the benthic habitats there. The proposals we have to do with requiring large vessels to use large mooring buoy designated, large vessel designated mooring buoys, and prohibit overnight use of Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary buoys except for safe harbor. And the proposal here providing additional protections for habitats in the Florida Keys and the mooring buoy equipment from the heavy weight of vessels. So the next two sanctuary-wide regulations I'm going to talk about are only in alternative 4, our most protective alternative. And the first is specific to live rock aquaculture. Our current regulation prohibits harvesting or possessing any live rock within the sanctuary except as authorized by a National Marine Fisheries Service permit for aquaculture or a state license for aquaculture. And so aquaculture is allowed in the sanctuary if the individual has either a fisheries service permit or a state of Florida license. So the proposal in alternative 4 is to add an additional sanctuary authorization. So this activity occurs within the waters of the sanctuary with no oversight or no real engagement by the sanctuary. And so adding this additional authorization would just allow us to be more active participants in overseeing that activity and potentially providing conditions that are more focused on the broader sanctuary resources. I will also note that there is an activity in the management plan specific to live rock aquaculture activity. This is the most protective, but before doing a sanctuary authorization, we've identified the need to have greater collaboration and coordination with our fisheries service and state partners. The final sanctuary-wide regulation that is proposed, this is proposed in alternative 4, again the most protective, has to do with shoreline transit, shoreline speed. Our current regulation prohibits operating a vessel at a speed greater than 4 knots or creating a wake within 100 yards of residential shorelines. The proposed change extends this prohibition to apply to all shorelines within the sanctuary and modifies the restriction to slow speed. So a little less restrictive than idle speed, no wake. Slow speed is a regulation that the state of Florida uses for wildlife protection areas for manatee. So we've coordinated with that existing slow speed regulation. And the intent here, really providing just a little bit of additional protection to shoreline benthic habitats and species that depend on those habitats. Before I go into the final 2 components, I just wanted to, hearing a little bit of question through the break, just wanted to highlight a few things. One, the shoreline slow speed, of course, channels open for regular operation to come in and offshore, it wouldn't impact that. And that applies as we move forward on the marine zones as well, that channels open to normal operation unless otherwise regulated, applies there. Second, the proposed change to restrict fish feeding, that would not affect our current regulation where we have an exception for chumming materials, bait used in traditional fishing activities. So the fish feeding proposed new regulation would not affect that. And I think the only other thing I thought of at the break was on the historical resources permitting proposed update. And that, again, we'll talk more about this this afternoon, but there is an updated draft programmatic agreement of how we work with our state and federal partners on managing the historical resources in the sanctuary, and that is one of the appendices in the document that is also available for public comment. Okay. So, now turning to the last 2 components of the restoration blueprint, and that is the marine zones and regulations that apply within the marine zones. So this is distinct from sanctuary boundaries, sanctuary-wide regulations, where those apply everywhere in the sanctuary. This, we're going to talk about specific marine zones established and designated to protect specific areas, address specific impacts to sanctuary resources, and regulate it for those goals. The marine zone, you'll see as I walk through this, but the marine zone alternative, much more than the other components, the way we apply the proposals changes across the alternatives. Sometimes the proposed new or modified zone is the same across alternatives, and sometimes there's additional protections across the alternatives. And so as I walk through this, it will hopefully become a little bit clearer, and I will also walk you through the interactive mapping tool where you yourself can be empowered to go in and look at the places that you care about, want to learn more about, and see what the differences may be across the alternatives. So marine zones, they are a tool that we have used since 1997 when they were first implemented. We currently have 5 different marine zone types, and these marine zones are designated for different goals and purposes to address and protect different resources, as well as address different human uses and activities. The blueprint, the restoration blueprint, proposes to modify some of the existing marine zones, potentially it's different spatial aspect, different area protected in that zone, and or a change in regulations apply in that specific area. The restoration blueprint also includes proposed new marine zones that to address persistent threats to resources, protect the range of habitat types, facilitate research and restoration. And the restoration blueprint, as I noted, our existing management has 5 zone types. The restoration blueprint, in trying to reduce that number, we propose 4 zone types. And I will walk through each one individually. This, as I noted, I will do a little tutorial this morning after this so that you can see where it is, how to use it, so you yourself can go in and look at the areas and the places you care about. The first zone type I'm going to talk about are sanctuary preservation areas. Sanctuary preservation areas are an existing zone type. They've been in place since 1997. We currently have 19. Western Sandal Ecological Reserve is managed very much like a sanctuary preservation area where diving and snorkeling is allowed, and so we're including it in this zone type for that reason. Sanctuary preservation areas were established to manage and separate conflicting uses, fishing, diving, and snorkeling, as well by placing mooring buoys, provide additional protection for benthic habitat. The regulations summarized here prohibit discharge in sanctuary preservation areas, prohibit fishing, touching, or anchoring on coral. So here I just show alternative 1, status quo, reiteration of those regulations that exist, prohibits discharge, touching coral, and certain anchoring restrictions, and fishing is prohibited and possessing marine life except bait fishing. If you have a permit, bait fishing is allowed in all sanctuary preservation areas, and catch and release fishing by trolling is allowed in 4 of the existing sanctuary preservation areas, Conch, Alligator, Sombrero Reef, and Sand Key. Alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Alternative 3 is the agency's preferred alternative. There are some updates to these sanctuary preservation area regulations. First and foremost, the proposal includes eliminating the practice of issuing bait fish permits, as well as eliminating catch and release in the spas where it is currently allowed. And so by taking this action, sanctuary preservation areas would then truly be no-take areas, and the regulations applied in these areas would be consistent across all sanctuary preservation areas. And the intent here is one, to be consistent in that zone type, and two, to hopefully improve understanding by the community, by the visitors, to enhance compliance with the regulations and enforcement. Finally, proposal to add idle speed no wait in these zones to further enhance the conflicting separating use and human safety, and a proposal to have no anchoring in these areas for additional protections to the benthic habitat. I'm going to walk through a few specific proposals. The Sanctuary Advisory Council had 3 working groups that looked at the marine zoning aspects of the management of the sanctuary, and the Ecosystem Protection Working Group was the working group that looked at sanctuary preservation areas and provided recommendations for modifications or proposed new zones. This first topic I'm highlighting is using this zone type to protect additional habitat types that are not currently well represented in our zoning scheme. And so the proposal here includes turtle rocks in the upper keys and turtle shoals in the middle keys. These are patch reef habitats with historical ESA listed coral species, and so the intent of providing additional protections for these areas, for these habitat types, to promote resilience and recovery. The next proposal is protecting additional habitat type that again is not well represented in our current marine zoning scheme. And what is shown on this map are 3 areas. It shows these are all existing marine zones, that the proposal is to expand them slightly seaward to the 90-foot depth contour to protect additional habitat type, and in some cases areas that have shown fish aggregation activity. And so in Carysport, in the upper keys, proposal to extend to capture deep reef habitat, alligator reef in the middle keys, and western sambo in the lower keys. So extending those seaward to protect additional habitat types. Next, the Sanctuary Advisory Council had a working group focused on coral reef ecosystem restoration, and that working group was charged with looking at the sanctuary to identify if there were areas to set aside to proactively facilitate and promote active coral reef ecosystem restoration. That working group had recommendations for the Advisory Council, and in review with the agency and partners, the proposal includes these 4 zones specifically as proposed new sanctuary preservation areas to facilitate habitat restoration. These zones: Pickles Reef, Marathon Shoal, Delta Shoal, and a zone off of Sand Key down in Key West, we're calling Key West. These are all active coral nursery sites, and so protecting the nursery habitat, the genetic variability as well. Some of these sites are also used to develop innovative techniques for coral restoration and nursery activities. So this is the proposal. These are the zones proposed new to facilitate habitat restoration specific for coral reef ecosystems. This next proposal is a new proposal, and this came through a lot of input on the high level of use that happens in the sanctuary, and a proposal to test the concept of limiting use in certain areas of the sanctuary. And so this is a concept we're putting out for public comment. It is included in our preferred alternative, and we include 3 areas: one in the upper keys, Carysport; one in the middle keys, Sombrero; and one in the lower keys, Sand Key, to test how we might limit overall human use and human activity to understand how human impacts have on the resources. And so public comment activities in the management plan related to carrying capacity of our reef ecosystems and inventory fees. So that's a new proposal. So now I've talked about a lot of these, but I'm just going to walk through upper down to the Tortugas and do a few highlights. This is not representative of all the marine zone or the sanctuary preservation areas in the preferred alternative, but just doing highlights region by region. And so I've already talked about Turtle Rocks here in the Upper Keys, proposed new zone to protect hatchery habitats, historic site for ESA listed corals. It's within John Pennycap Coral Reef State Park. It actually overlaps with one of their existing zones that no lobster trap gear is allowed, and so additional protections for that benthic habitat from anchor damage. Carries forward, I've already talked about in the preferred, we do extend capture deep reef habitat as well. The proposal has this as one of those areas to potentially test limited use activities. Key Largo, Dry Rocks, Grecian Rocks, and North Rocks. So the proposal here is to take two existing small sanctuary preservation areas, connect them, and extend it a little bit north to protect additional high-value ecosystem, coral reef ecosystem in that area. So connecting and creating a little bit of a larger marine zone in that area. And then the other one to highlight here I've already talked about is Pickles Reef, included to facilitate habitat restoration. So again, just a sampling of the marine zones proposed in the preferred alternative. In the Middle Keys, the proposal for our preferred alternative, Alligator Reef, I've already talked about the proposal to extend that to the 90-foot contour capturing deep reef habitat. This Long Key Tennessee Reef is a proposed new zone, shoreline to deep reef, protecting a range of habitat types. The Sanctuary Advisory Council had a goal protecting large contiguous habitats in each of the regions of the Florida Keys. So the proposal is that this is the location where this could potentially be done in the Middle Keys as a sanctuary preservation area. Turtle Shoals I've already talked about, protecting hatch reef habitats in the Middle Keys region, and these two, Marathon Shoal, Delta Shoal for habitat restoration, and finally Sombrero Key as the proposed limited use area in the Middle Keys. In the lower Keys, minor changes here. Blue Key Sanctuary Preservation Area, the proposal is actually to expand that, to have a little bit of a larger, actually take 2/3 of the area that is currently the Blue Key existing management area, so expanding protections there through the Sanctuary Preservation Area in Blue Key. Western Sambo, already talked about extending to capture deep reef habitat. As well here, the hatch mark near shore, proposed idle speed, no wake. In the Marquesas region for sanctuary preservation areas, only two proposed modifications here. One is the proposed limited use area at Sand Key and proposed new coral demonstration site at Key West, just we're calling it Key West Sanctuary Preservation Area. So for sanctuary preservation areas, this is the proposal in the Marquesas region. The last region to talk about for sanctuary preservation areas is the Tortugas region, and proposal here to create a new marine zone that would connect the Dry Tortugas National Park with the existing Tortugas Ecological Reserve South. And the proposal there is to provide additional protections for fish transiting between the park and Riley's Hump in Tortugas Ecological Reserve South. Data that we've seen through our FWC partners shows that that's an important transit corridor for fish spawning in Riley's Hump. So the proposal there is to include that This slide just shows a summary across the alternatives of the numbers of sanctuary preservation areas across the alternatives, the total area within that zone type across the alternatives, and the regulations applied. So the next zone type I'm going to highlight are conservation areas. And this would be a new zone name, zone type, but it encompasses the existing ecological reserves and existing special use areas. And so ecological reserves, we have Tortugas Ecological Reserve North and Tortugas Ecological Reserve South. Large protected areas protect contiguous habitats, protect the range of life cycles of species, that is the intent. And our special use areas, we have 4. They're all small along the reef line, and the intent of those areas are to facilitate restoration activities. So the proposal is they are both regulated the same way, transit only, unless you have a valid permit. Tortugas North access permits, or in the research only areas, a sanctuary research permit. Otherwise, they are transit only. And so proposing to have these as one zone type for protecting large contiguous habitats, facilitating research and restoration. Because we have so few of this zone type, I'm showing the entire sanctuary, the entire proposed preferred alternative, and to highlight here concrete in the upper keys, existing special use area. It would be a conservation area, no change to the space or regulations applied. Tennessee Reef is an existing special use area. It would be, the proposal is to extend that a little bit to capture deep reef habitat. Blue Key, no change to the existing zone at Blue Key. Eastern Sambo, no change to the existing zone at Eastern Sambo. In the Tortugas region, Tortugas North, no change to Tortugas North in our preferred alternative. Tortugas South, the proposal is to extend Tortugas South to the west by 1 mile to capture additional habitat type that has shown to support fish aggregation activity. So that is included in our preferred alternative in the Tortugas region. In our preferred alternative, there are only 2 new proposed zones in this zone type, and they're on the bay side, Channel Key and Red Bay Bank. And those are shown a little bit larger here. They're proposed transit only and idle speed, no wake to protect additional habitat types that aren't well represented in the sanctuary marine zoning scheme presently. They include hard bottom seagrass and shallow bank habitats. There have been a fair amount of research ongoing in these areas as well as restoration activities. So our conservation area proposal includes, in the preferred alternative, includes only 2 new proposed zones. And this is the summary of conservation area zone type across alternatives. Currently we have 6, 2 ecological reserves, 4 special use areas, and in our preferred alternative, the proposal is to have 8. The regulation applied would stay consistent, transit only without a valid sanctuary permit, protecting large contiguous habitats, and facilitating research and restoration. The next zone type, I'm going to talk about wildlife management areas. And the Sanctuary Advisory Council working group that looked at these areas was the Shallow Water Wildlife and Habitat Protection Working Group. And this working group, the goals and objectives of this working group is really looking at our existing wildlife management areas. Are they working? Should we modify them? Should we protect new areas by this zone type? provide a little bit of background, the wildlife management areas are generally small, intended to protect shallow water habitats, dependent resources, wildlife, juvenile fish, roosting, foraging, nesting birds, nesting turtles, and the like. And so just a few examples here. Also, the regulations applied in these zones are not consistent across wildlife management areas. They're specifically targeted for that area, that resource protection need, or human use impact that needs to be addressed. So the regulations that could be applied: no anchor, idle speed, no wake, no motor, no entry. Here's an example of a wildlife management area, Tavernier Key No Motor Zone. This was implemented in the 1997 Marine Zoning Scheme, and you see this image on the left-hand side before it was protected in marine zoning, and many years after protected in marine zoning. And that no motor zone really intended to protect the benthic habitat, shallow water habitats in that area. And this work done by Curtis Kruger on behalf of Monroe County to look at impacts over time of the seagrass crop scarring in the sanctuary. So just having this up here to show how this marine zone is used and how it has worked over time. So I'm showing you this as an example. This is Bay Keys. It's on the bay side in the lower Keys region. And just to show this more than any of the marine zone alternatives, the changes across alternatives. Alternative 1 is status quo. There's an area of idle speed, no wake, and an area of no motor. In alternative 2, which is a little bit more protected, it's a slightly different color, but it's still no motor around the islands, and a little bit of extension of idle speed, no wake to provide a little bit more protection for the resource needs there. Alternative 3 increases that the protections around the island to no entry. And alternative 4, the most protective, increases the protections around the island, both islands together. And alternative 4, you'll see in alternative 2 and 3, the marine zone is a contour around the islands. Generally, it's around an island about 100 yards out from that island to protect that contour. In alternative 4, consistently applied to create a more delineated marine zone to do a few things. 1, it will provide a buffer zone, provide a little bit more additional habitat protection. 2, it obviously makes it easy to mark, to understand where that zone is, to hopefully comply with that zone and the regulations there, as well as to enhance enforcement ability. So this is just a representative example of one marine zone and progressively more protections for the habitat as well as impacts. And now I'm going to walk through, again, just a selection of wildlife management areas from the Upper Keys down. And here, Whitmore Bight is a proposed new no motor zone, and this is within John Pennycamp Coral Reef State Park. And this is proposed to include this zone. This was discussed by the Shallow Water Working Group. Our state park partners were there sharing information about the resources here, the research that goes on here. And this is proposed as a no motor zone to protect new additional habitat types not well represented in our wildlife management areas. Pelican Key is a proposed new no motor zone on the bay side, and this is proposed as a no motor zone to protect roosting and nesting birds that frequent that island. As well, we have continued to get public comment about this location and higher intense uses in that area that may be further impacting the sanctuary resources. So that, in our preferred alternative, is included as a no motor zone. Rodriguez Key and Dove Key, these are 2 existing marine zones. The proposal is to combine those marine zones frequented, lots of activity, lots of vessels, and so the no motor is intended to provide a little bit of additional protections for the seagrass habitat that is there. Finally, I'll just note here is that Tavernier Key no motor zone. No changes to that, but that's that image, that comparison image of crop scarring in 1998 and protected status after many years. Snake Creek and Cotton Key, these are two existing marine zones. Proposal is to expand them slightly to protect additional area that is shown to be heavily impacted by crop scarring. And so they are proposed to be no motor, and the darker black that you see at this scale, it's a little bit difficult to see it, but the darker black would be idle speed, no wake along the shoreline and in channels. So those are some of the highlights in the upper keys of this zone type. In the middle keys for wildlife management areas, just a few areas to highlight. Alligator Reef would be a proposed new no anchor zone. And so this area, many of you in this room may know, this is a fishery management plan area where lobster trap here is not allowed. This was discussed at length by the working group for what additional protections, if the benthic habitat has ESA listed coral species, what additional protections could be placed to protect that important habitat in this area. And so the proposal is to include that area as a no anchor zone. Marathon Shoreline, this also came through the working group process and advisory council process. Marathon Shoreline heavily impacted by crop scarring, lots of vessel activity obviously in and out of this area. So proposal for much of that shoreline to be no motor, allowing transit through the channels and to and from shore. So providing additional protections for that benthic habitat there. The other two areas here on the bay side, Marathon, Mosier Channel and Gulfside Banks. These areas were discussed at length by the Shallow Water Working Group. These areas are shallow. They are some adjacent to the Intercoastal Waterway, and so the user really needs to know the area in order to navigate intelligently in this area, not to potentially impact the benthic resources. And so the proposal is to include these as idle speed, no wake areas to provide additional protections to these bank and shallow seagrass habitats. In the lower keys, just a few highlights. So most of these areas in the back country overlap and are within our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service jurisdiction as well. You can see there are a number of marine zones. They are generally, as I showed with the Bay Keys, generally the same model of protecting the contour around that island for the benthic habitats there, bird resting, roosting, nesting, foraging habitats, generally very small. Two highlights for this region, Key, Lois, and Loggerhead Key. This is a proposed new marine zone. The intent here, and this was discussed at the working group level, of high use by fishermen as well as boating activities. So this actually, one of the goals of this zone is to separate those uses, idle speed, no wake in this area, to separate conflicting use between boating and fishing in that area. As well, this area had evidence of medium to high crop scarring, so idle speed, no wake to provide additional protections there. I just note there were additional areas proposed to separate conflicting use of fishing and boating, and not all of them made them into the proposal, but are included in the document in a considered but eliminated section. Finally, the area I wanted to highlight in the lower keys, Snipe Keys, done a little larger inset there. In the preferred alternative, There is a minor change, so this idle speed no wake area and the orange no motor area is the existing management in Snipes Key. And with our partners, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service identified the two little islands, flats areas to the south of Snipes Key that is an important bird foraging site. So providing a little bit of protection there as no motor. It's a very shallow area. A few highlights in the Marquesas region for the wildlife management area zone type. Maybe a little bit difficult to see, but there are 3 areas here proposed as no anchor zones. One, to protect the overall benthic habitat of that area, and particularly these areas are demonstrated important for turtle habitat, and so providing a little bit of additional protection to these benthic habitats from anchoring. Also, the inset here shows Woman Key and Boca Grande, and minor modifications to the existing regulations. These areas are no entry, so proposing to extend that just slightly offshore of Woman Key, and then at Boca Grande also this area is no entry, and proposing to extend that a little bit further along the beach. These are important areas for sea turtle nesting habitat, so providing just a little bit of additional protection there. And U.S. Department of Interior, through the Wilderness Act, these islands are closed. West of the Marquesas, this is a proposed new marine zone that was discussed with the Shallow Water Wildlife and Habitat Protection Working Group. It's proposed to protect an internationally recognized and important area for sea turtle foraging. So creating an idle speed no wake zone in this area to protect the benthic habitat, and also to provide a little bit more protection for vessel strikes of sea turtles. Finally, in the Marquesas region, this zone south of Woman Key, Boca Grande, west of Dry Rocks. This is an area that is currently not zoned. The proposal is to include it as a wildlife management area in our preferred alternative. And the proposal is to create a trolling-only marine zone at Western Dry Rocks. This area was not discussed by the Shallow Water and Wildlife Habitat Working Group, but was discussed by the Ecosystem Protection Working Group. And the recommendation that the Ecosystem Protection Working Group made to the Sanctuary Advisory Council was to, this was an important area to look at, to consider how to protect the habitats here that are known to support fish aggregation activity, and so consider doing something there, but they did not make any recommendations for either the area to protect or the activities to reduce or restrict. So preferred alternative includes this as a trolling only zone. And this is the summary of the wildlife management area zone type across alternatives. Again, just to highlight, this zone type is really intended to minimize disturbance to sensitive and endangered wildlife. They're generally very small and targeted. The regulations and restrictions applied in these areas are very specific to the resource protection needs. This, as you can probably see, also has the greatest additional zones proposed across all the alternatives. We have existing 28 wildlife management areas, and in our preferred, the proposal is to have 60 marine zones. But as you saw, as we traveled down the keys, they're pretty small, targeted, goal-oriented. Finally, I just on this slide want to note a few things. These, as I noted, the regulations applied in these areas vary across each zone, and it's specific to the resource protection needs. Our existing regulations include a no-access buffer zone and a closed zone. Those are updated they're essentially no entry. They're updated across the alternatives to be no entry. That is consistent with state regulations, how they regulate similar zones. Our final zone type is what we call currently existing management areas. And existing management areas were established when the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary was designated in 1990. So they existed before Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And these zones are the National Wildlife Refuges, Crocodile Lake, Key Deer, Great White Heron, and Key West, as well as Key Largo and Lou Key. I will highlight Lou Key is an interesting complex of marine zones. Here in alternative 1, which is no action, the larger zone is the existing management area. The zone within is sanctuary preservation area, and this is a special use area, research only area. So the proposal in alternatives 2 and 3 and the agencies prefer is to attempt to simplify this a little bit, as well as to provide additional protections to the habitats there, extending Lou Key Sanctuary Preservation Area, making the entire area no anchor, and leaving this restoration research area as is, as a conservation area. Alternative 4, minor change, extending this conservation area to be the eastern edge of that zone. Key Largo management area, no spatial changes, but proposal, and you'll see, and I'll highlight it again a little bit later, using the tool of no anchoring to potentially provide additional protection to benthic habitats. So in the proposal, Key Largo management area proposed as a potential no anchor zone in that area. Finally, for the management area zone type, just one highlight in the Key West National Wildlife Refuge. This is a proposal that came through the public process, Lower Keys Guides Association with the Personal Watercraft Cooperative in Key West. Actually presented this to the Advisory Council, and the Advisory Council agency, in their recommendations, asked the agency to consider this. And the proposal is just to provide a little bit of relief for operation of PWC to go between these two buoys. Currently, in the Key West and Great White Heron National Wildlife Refuge, airboats, water skiing, personal watercraft use is prohibited. And so this would be a slight area where personal watercraft could occur. And the goal here is to separate conflicting uses, PWC operation and fishing that occurs there, and provide a little bit more room for PWC operation in this very busy area into Key West Harbor. This proposal would not change the National Wildlife Refuge boundary, only where operation of personal watercraft could be used. And this slide here shows the summary across this zone type existing, as well as the changes across the zone type, and we've separated out Blue Key and Key Largo from the National Wildlife Refuges. So that is the summary of individual zone types, a highlight of individual zone types across sanctuary preservation areas, conservation areas, wildlife management areas, and then management areas. And I highlighted only a few select areas in our preferred alternative through the regions of the Florida Keys. What my next few slides have are highlights across the alternatives. So I only have a few to share, but these, I selected these because one, you'll see that they intend to meet the Sanctuary Advisory Council goal of protecting large contiguous habitats in each of the regions. They are areas that I thought might be of particular interest to the Advisory Council and the public, to make sure we highlighted how our approach is different across the alternatives. So the first one, we talked about this already in our preferred alternative, but just want to highlight Terry's Fort in the Upper Keys and the changes across the alternatives. So alternative 1, no change to that zone, status quo. Alternative 2, as we've talked about, extending to protect deep reef habitat, also no anchor and idle speed, no wake, provide additional benthic habitat protections. Alternative 3, this area is included as a proposed limited entry zone. And in alternative 4, our most protective alternative, this is the zone proposed to meet that advisory council goal, protecting large contiguous habitats in each of the regions. And it would be proposed to be included as a sanctuary preservation area. Second, we've also already talked about this zone, but just want to highlight across the alternatives, Long Key, Tennessee Reef. In the no action, alternative 1, Tennessee Reef is a special use area, transit only without a valid research permit. Alternative 2, its name is changed to a conservation area. It's extended slightly to capture deep reef habitat. Alternative 3, this area is proposed as a sanctuary preservation area from Long Key State Park offshore to protect the deep reef habitat. This is how in the middle piece, that goal to protect contiguous habitats in each region of the Florida Keys would be met. And in alternative 4, this area is proposed to be included as a conservation area. That would be transit only without a research permit or without a valid sanctuary permit. Next, just wanted to highlight the changes in the Tortugas region. We've also already talked about this, but the changes in alternative 1, the existing zones are Tortugas North Ecological Reserve, South Ecological Reserve, and the Tortugas Bank no anchor zone for vessels over 50 meters. In alternatives 2 and 3, alternative 3 is the agency's preferred proposal. Minor change to Tortugas Ecological Reserve South, extending it westward, capture additional habitat area, including this corridor between the national park and Tortugas Ecological Reserve South as a sanctuary preservation area. Alternative 4, the most protective alternative, that proposed new zone would be included as a conservation area, transit only, so it would be a unit of conservation areas in the Tortugas region. I think the last highlight I wanted to provide, actually no, there's 2 more. Across the alternatives is Western Dry Rocks. So alternative 1, there is no zone in that area. Alternative 2 and 3, there is a proposed new zone with the regulations of trolling only. And in alternative 4, most protective alternative, it would be proposed as a conservation area, transit only, to provide protections for the resources in that area. Lastly, Marquesas Turtle Zone. This is another area that in alternative 1, status quo, it does not exist. There's no zone there. Alternatives 2 and 3, agency's preferred is alternative 3. It's included as a proposed idle speed no wake zone and protecting benthic habitat, important area for sea turtle foraging. Alternative 4, it is proposed as a conservation area with the addition of transit only. It would still be idle speed no wake. Finally, I've talked about using the management tool of no anchoring. So providing additional protections for the habitats of the Florida Keys through additional restrictions on anchoring activities. The proposals in the Key Largo and Blue Key management areas. The proposal that all sanctuary preservation areas in our preferred alternative would be no anchor. This is existing Tortugas no anchor zone, which applies to vessels over 50 meters. And then just again, in alternative 4, if the boundary is proposed to include Pulley Ridge, and the proposal that no anchor for all vessels in Pulley Ridge to protect the mesophotic coral reef ecosystems there. I'm going to close this presentation with just a recap and a summary of the alternatives. Alternative 1 is no action. Sanctuary boundary, existing boundary is the red boundary. This is all the existing marine zoning scheme that we have. The sanctuary-wide regulations would be those regulations that were implemented in 1997 that have not been updated or comprehensively reviewed since that time. Marine zones, there are 57 total marine zones currently, and the management plan was last updated in 2007. Again, those management plan activities are the non-regulatory day-to-day activities that sanctuary staff and our partners do. Alternative 2 is a little bit more protective. Really, the marine zoning aspects are focused on reducing conflicting and concentrated uses. The overall boundary is proposed to be expanded in 2 places, the area to be avoided here, aligning the boundary with that, as well as capturing the Tortugas South Ecological Reserve. Total area of boundary in alternative 2 is 4,541 square miles, which is an addition of 738 square miles. Sanctuary-wide regulations, the proposal is that 3 of the existing sanctuary-wide regulations would be updated and 4 proposed new sanctuary-wide regulations that apply wherever you are in the sanctuary. Proposed 96 total marine zones in alternative 2. Again, the bulk of those are the wildlife management area, the small targeted areas to protect benthic habitat and associated wildlife. And finally, the management plan would be revised and updated, which I discussed at the start of this presentation. Alternative 3 is the agency's preferred, which really aims to do both targeted resource protection as well as still allowing an overall high level of use of sanctuary resources. The sanctuary boundary is the same in alternative 2 and 3. So area to be avoided, Tortugas region. The same sanctuary-wide regulations are proposed to be updated and proposed as new regulations. 98 total proposed marine zones in the preferred alternative, both existing, potentially modified, and proposed new marine zones. And then the same revised management plan is proposed in alternative 2. Alternative 4, the intent here is to meet the Sanctuary Advisory Council goal of protecting large contiguous habitats in the sanctuary. We do this here in the Upper Keys at Harry's Port, in the Middle Keys at Long Key, Tennessee Reef, in the Lower Keys at Western Sambo, and in the Tortugas region with the complex of marine zones, conservation areas in the Tortugas region. The sanctuary boundary is proposed to be expanded, same as alternative 2 and 3 with the area to be avoided and the Tortugas region, with the addition here under the management plan of Pulley Ridge to protect mesophotic coral reef ecosystems and the connectivity with the Florida Keys. Sanctuary-wide regulations, 5 existing regulations are proposed to be updated, and 4 new proposed regulations, 98 total proposed marine zones, the same as the preferred, and the same revised management plan as alternative 2 and 3. So lots of words, but just a summary of NOAA's preferred includes a sanctuary sanctuary boundary expansion, protecting contiguous habitat areas, sanctuary-wide regulations, many of them intended to be consistent with state regulations, so how things are managed and regulated in state waters were consistent throughout the sanctuary waters, and provide additional authority to address persistent or emerging threats to sanctuary resources. The proposal includes both modified and proposed new marine zones, protecting additional habitat types that aren't well represented in our current zoning scheme. Protect additional ESA-listed coral locations where ESA-listed coral exists or historically existed to provide those additional protections. Facilitate research and restoration, and work to potentially manage human use and various impacts. Finally, the revised management plan enhance our understanding of sanctuary resources and the value of those resources, improving sanctuary resource condition, reduce threats and impacts to sanctuary resources, enhance stewardship activities and stewardship ethic of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, and finally, advancing collaborative and coordinated partnership and management. So one last thing I'd like to say and reiterate, Sarah noted this earlier, we do have in the restoration blueprint, we do have 4 alternatives, no action, and 3 progressively more protective alternatives. All of them include potential boundary, sanctuary-wide regulations, marine zone regulations, and management plans. We welcome comment on any aspect of any of those alternatives for when you provide comment to the agency. And with that, I did want to show the tool. So I've just provided a lot of information. I saw lots of people taking pictures of slides. This presentation and the presentations that are given this afternoon will be posted online, so you can always go refer to this. But I'm going to take just a moment to show you the interactive mapping tool where you can engage with and go yourself and use the mapping tool to look more at zones. Okay, so if I can just have your attention for one more moment. This is our website, floridakeys.noaa.gov, and many of you may have already visited this today. If you go to our main website, you can link onto this image restoration blueprint, and it will take you to the page where you can access the entire document, as well as some background information. So here's where you can access the document with appendices. This link will take you to individual static maps of everything I just talked about. And to give you an example, as I talked about Carysport, if you link on that map, it will pull up a static map so that you can see and compare across alternatives, and some background information about that area, the resources that are protected there, potential impacts that we're addressing, and so you can see there these static maps for every proposed zone. And that is at that link. And then here on the web page is this interactive mapping tool. So there are panels across the top that you can click on, and this is a static image of status quo. You can zoom in and out, but you can't manipulate the individual alternative panels. Alternative 2, 3, 4, and then here we have an Explore Zones section. that you can do a few things. That dotted line is programmed to always come on, and that will show you state boundary waters. Over here, you can change the background if you want a simpler background. To look at the marine zones, you can change the background. I'll leave it here. And on this side, the layers, you can pull that open, and here you can choose any of the aspects to explore. So I will pull up, we have all of the zones categorized. You can take a look at just the boundary alternatives. A little dark. So that's alternative 2 and 3, just the boundary alternative that you can turn on and off here on the right-hand side. Oop, oh gosh. You can zoom in and out. Sorry about that. So again, I will pull up, just as an example, I will pull up sanctuary preservation areas for alternative 3 and the sanctuary boundary for alternative 3, which is the agency's preferred, and just highlight. You can click on a marine zone and it will pull up information that you can read there as well. It's the same information that would be on that static map. So you can pull up, see a little bit more information about that area, the regulations applied in that area, and also here you can scroll down, more info, and it will pull up the static map for that area. So a way that you can yourselves let your colleagues, your friends know if they want to dig more into this product, they can go here. Another item, oh Jesus. Just to highlight these down arrows, if you hit that, it will pull up the regulations that are within that alternative for that zone type. And I think that is it. Okay, yes. So my colleague Steve has just reminded me that this, when you click on a marine zone and it pulls up the information panel, this here says 1 of 6. So there's more information as you scroll through for additional information about that marine zone, the regulations that apply, etc. So a lot of information available here, trying to make it accessible both to interacting with zones here for areas you want to learn more about, as well as linking to that static map so you can see in one place what the changes are proposed across the alternatives. Finally, since staff won't be in your living room with you all the time, there is a tutorial. The last panel hopefully provides enough information for you to walk through how to use the interactive map, navigating the map, how to change the background map as I showed if you might be interested in a simpler background, exploring the data, choosing, what I just did, choosing layers, looking at different zone types, pulling up that information panel, pulling up the static map, and then viewing the zone table. So if you pull up an area on the map, you can click on this down arrow. Not sure it'll work here, but click on that down arrow and a table will come up with every zone that is in the selection you have created in a table with all that same information about the zone, zone type, regulations that you can download and use. So that is the tutorial. That is the interactive mapping tool. Also on the website, and we'll talk about this afternoon, but additional information where you can easily find the existing regulations, existing management plan, the condition report if you're interested. There, some additional, the Sanctuary Advisory Council work plan, and some additional resources. And way at the bottom is information about making public comment, where to access regulations.gov to provide comment, and the upcoming informational sessions that will take place throughout the Florida Keys, Miami, Fort Myers, and our upcoming advisory council meetings. So this is the go-to place for the restoration blueprint, and I think that's all.
Thank you, Beth. Fantastic. All right, well, we're running a little ahead of schedule now. We do not have enough time for Amy's presentation. So, Beth, should we break early for lunch and save more time for questions towards the end of the day with the SAC members, or? All right. Super. So we're going to take an hour and 15-minute break for lunch, and when we come back, we're going to hear a series of presentations on the impacts to sanctuary resources from the various proposals presented in the restoration blueprint. So it's 11:30. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. I think at 1 o'clock. Thank you. So sorry about the reconvening a little bit late there. We had some technical issues, and this is the case when everybody's waiting on you. And we guest who will be here shortly. So just as we're waiting here for a few more moments, just wanted to make sure everybody's aware that we won't have a formal public comment period, and instead any members of the public, we have a 30-minute agenda item here where we're going to break. You can mingle with sanctuary staff or sanctuary advisory council members. So please share your concerns and comments with them. And then after that 30-minute break, it'll be time for the Sanctuary Advisory Council members to ask questions. So also please join me in welcoming our Congresswoman, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. Thank you so much for coming today.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. This is a big crowd. So good to be here. Hi. There's a lot of faces. When I heard that you were meeting, it was very important for me to be here because with all the work that I've done in the past and now that I'm in government, I realize even more so how important it is to really protect the National Marine Sanctuary. I've had several meetings in Washington, D.C. with different groups, including the National Marine Sanctuary, and I really want to applaud NOAA for preparing this plan. I was skimming through it. It was just released today, so I was skimming through it. And I am very encouraged that we've taken the necessary steps to look at different ways that we can expand the area of protection. I think that we have seen that we cannot continue with the status quo. We have lost thousands of acres of seagrass along the Florida Bay. Our coral reefs continue to die off the coast, and we have the third largest living coral reef in the world, the only living coral reef in the continental United States. I am a coral reef lover, and it started when I met Ken at the Coral Restoration Foundation, and I understood very quickly what an important part of our ecosystem they are and how important it is, and how delicate they are and how important it is for us to protect them.
So the main point that I want to make today is that I think that it's important for us to consider the long-term implications of any of the plans that we decide to adopt. I know I'm going to be meeting with fishermen, a group of fishermen, later on this afternoon in Key West, and of course, we all know that some of these issues are going to affect their livelihood, and it's just a matter, I think, of getting buy-in, making sure, and I know that you are committed on having many public hearings, which I will be encouraging my district, my constituents to participate in these public hearings, because once we get the buy-in, I think that they're going to understand that we have to take steps to expand the square footage of the National Marine Sanctuary. So please let me know what I can do at the federal level to assist in the process. I have sponsored several bills that will provide funding for NOAA and other agencies to protect our coral reefs. The environment is the most important pressing issue I think that we have, especially here in Monroe County, and it is my priority in Congress to continue to work on these issues. So be in touch with my office. I am here to be your representative and to help you and to work for you. So anything that you need, contact my office, contact me directly. For those of you that have my contact information, I will try to be as responsive as I can be when I'm traveling all over the district. But thank you so much for having this first meeting, and I really appreciate the work that NOAA's doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Our next presentation is from Andy Bruckner, covering environmental consequences, biological and physical. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Is this working? Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit today about some of the benefits that we can see out of this restoration blueprint. What I want to try to do very, very briefly, because I only have 45 minutes, and I'm going to try to stick to that if I can, but I want to talk about some of the ecological benefits that the restoration blueprint really offers if this is fully implemented.
Possibly the other button.
Do you want me to do it?
Very backwards.
Sorry.
Okay, so there's 4 key points that I want to cover today. I want to first start by talking a little bit about what we're trying to achieve in terms of, this is all from a biological perspective, some of the steps that we're taking to move forward to achieve these goals. I want to take just a few minutes to talk a little bit about how well the management strategy and the zoning has worked. That was first implemented in 1997 or 2001 for the Tortugas. I'm going to give you a few examples, specifically talking about some of the fisheries targets. And then I'm going to spend the bulk of the time talking about the different biological benefits that the proposed measures would have for the resources and the habitats contained within the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And so most of this will be talking specifically about individual zones, a little bit about regulations, and just real briefly, I'll talk about management. So in terms of, from a biological standpoint, the restoration blueprint offers really 8 areas that I see where this can help both protect the resources that are contained within the sanctuary and start to rebuild some of the habitats. First, the overarching goal really is this plan can really help protect the 6,000 plus species that are found within the sanctuary. And there's several different strategies we've put into place to affect different organisms that occur here. One of the largest benefits that I see that we'll get out of this is it can help improve some of the fisheries targets, both rebuilding some populations that are depleted, increasing both their abundance and biomass. And it also offers opportunities to protect different vulnerable life stages, such as spawning aggregations and some of the juvenile stages of these species. It's also going to play a large role in reducing reducing some of the physical impacts, in particular from vessels that are having, that are causing injury to both the sanctuary resources and the habitats. And then there's a whole section of the measures that will move more towards protecting the other organisms, in particular the benthic organisms like the coral, both the species that are listed on the ESA as well as a number of other coral species that are found within the sanctuary. And by protecting and recovering some of those species, we will start to recover some of the high relief habitat that has been lost over the last several decades, and ultimately reestablish a properly functioning coral reef ecosystem. And then a number of the measures that we're proposing also are really, really critical to protect those sites that are most resilient to some of these global stressors that are really much more difficult to address. So, as you heard this morning from Beth's excellent presentation, the blueprint includes really 4 key areas: modifications of the sanctuary boundary, this marine zoning, specific regulations, and management actions. And so one of the key conservation approaches is to ensure that all of these high-value habitats that are interconnected are included within the sanctuary boundaries. In terms of the marine zoning, there's 7 measures that were presented this morning. One of them includes just either modifying the size of some of these marine zones or the boundaries of them, as well as establishing new spas or other types of marine protected areas. And really there's, from a biological perspective, 3 real large goals here. One of them is to get at this component where we protect all of the different habitats through these either large marine protected areas or through a series of networks of interconnected marine protected areas. We want to make sure that these different habitat types, so grass beds, hard bottom habitats, so on and so forth, are included mainly because these other habitat types that really have been underrepresented are really key to protect different life stages of a lot of the species that, for instance, use some of the coral reef, the outer coral reef environments. And then finally, as I mentioned before, we know that there's been a lot of global stressors that have really impacted these areas, and we've identified through research a number of sites that have shown really high resilience, either to disease or to increasing temperatures. And so we've identified a number of those really that are really critical, because not only will you be protecting the resources within those, you'll also be benefiting the other surrounding area. And then I'm going to only mention real briefly 3 different regulations that are proposed. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the benefits of actions that are proposed to minimize physical impacts, some of the practices that are harmful to some of these species that we're proposing to eliminate, and then also end real briefly talking about how to try to balance uses to get at this concept of carrying capacity. So, in terms of the information that was used to identify what went into this blueprint, this was, as you're all aware, a multi-year process that started out with looking at a lot of the extensive data sets we are here. There's a whole series of long-term monitoring programs that have been going on, as well as a lot of research that's been undertaken throughout the sanctuary. A lot of this information has been put together to develop various data products that were very, very helpful in the analysis, including things like the Unified Florida Habitat Map. Some of this research and monitoring looked specifically at how well the different zones were performing, starting with surveys that were done prior to their implementation and continuing annually to look at some of the changes. And then one of the real key steps was that a lot of this information was used through this Sanctuary Advisory Council working group process, and really trying to get at some of the goals and the priorities that have been identified through the Sanctuary Advisory Council. And I have to mention the last 3 because these are really, really critical here. One of the things that we have in the Florida Keys that I think is absent from a lot of areas is there's a lot of local knowledge. A lot of people are out on the water that maybe fishing or other things, and they know a lot about the resources, and that information is really critical in this process. All of the user groups play a really large role in ensuring that we can protect these while balancing the uses in these to make sure that it is sustainable. And then expert input from scientists and other groups also was a key step in this process. So I want to only just give you one really brief example of one of the data tools that we used. We did something called the Marxan analysis, which is analysis which can help you identify ecologically important areas. And what the process of this involved dividing the sanctuary into these polygons. Basically, there were 21,000 of them. Each of them is about 50 hectares in size. And it took data from all of the different long-term monitoring programs, both the benthic monitoring, the fish monitoring, seagrass data sets, and used information that included the different habitat types within specific habitats like the reefs, some of the different reefs like mid-shelf patch reefs, outer reefs, some reefs that are very high relief versus low relief. And it also used the metrics that are really critical for a lot of species, for fish communities, for corals, other benthic organisms, and some of the plants. All this information was combined, and then ultimately what you get is you get this hotspot map, and it shows the areas within the sanctuary that were identified as being the most ecologically important. And so the red areas are the really high value areas, and then as you get to yellow and blue, areas that showed up as less high value. Now, I want to make just one caveat here. One of the problems is that there isn't data from every single location within the Florida Keys. So this is, we have really good coverage, but there still are areas that are missing, and so there are probably other really highly ecologically important areas that are outside of this that haven't been included. But the other thing that I want to point is this map is plotted over the existing zones that are in place. And what you can see is a lot of these zones include both areas that are very high value as well as low value. But then there's also a lot of areas that are outside of that. And so we are not going in trying to take every single thing that we'd say is high value and just protect that, because we know that we have to balance this the sanctuary for multiple uses. And we also expect by a lot of our management to have things like what's called spillover happening, where this will benefit some of the surrounding open access areas. Okay, so now I'm going to move into talking specifically about some of the initial findings that we have from the marine zoning strategy that was first implemented in 1997. And I'm going to talk specifically about the spas in terms of the target species. What this shows, there's three figures here. The red lines represent the density of each of these species, red grouper, yellowtail snapper, and mutton snapper, inside the spas, and the black represents areas that are outside of the spas. So the first thing that I want to mention is that all of these long-term monitoring programs were established prior to the implementation of the zoning strategy. So we have really good baseline data of what things look like prior to putting this in place. And then most of these are annual surveys. So these figures are showing 1994 to 2016. And what you saw is species responded differently. In general, what we saw was initially after implementing these spas, we saw a large increase within the protected area of a number of these species, but then you see a lot of fluctuations. And so in some cases, we saw increases both inside and outside. So for instance, for the red grouper and the mutton snapper, whereas we didn't see that at all for the yellowtail snapper. We saw this large increase. But then what you also notice is there a, let me draw this.
It's a red button.
It's
Okay, so what you see is this large decline here. And I wanted to point this out because what we saw is there was a really intense period of 5 or 6 hurricanes that occurred between 2004 and 2006. And we saw this dramatic decline in the density of a lot of these species within the spas. And so that doesn't mean that those fish were killed, but what that means is they were basically exported to the surrounding area. And so there were benefits still to the fishing community in particular about spreading some of these out. Now, I want to just continue on with another example here. And in this case, there's the black grouper and the hogfish. And these figures are showing the mean annual abundance of these species. The black again refers to outside the protected areas, and the red areas refer to within the protected areas. And so what you see on the x-axis is how common they were observed within the stations, and this is the relative abundance of these species. And so you can see for the black grouper, there's a really nice indication that within the spas there was a lot of response. And this also is only for species that are at the legal size of capture. And so what we saw was a dramatic increase, whereas you don't see that for the hogfish. And one of the reasons why we believe this happened is because many of our spas are located in the really high relief habitats, and we know that hogfish tend to occur in some of the high relief habitats, but they tend to like some of the lower relief habitats that are outside of the current protected area. And so this is a really important point for, I'll get this together yet, that I'll get to in 1 second, but I want to just show you one more example, and this is talking specifically about non-target species, so species that are not being fished for within the Florida Keys. For many of the really small reef-associated species, we didn't see any differences inside or outside, but there were some that showed quite dramatic differences. For instance, a lot of the herbivores, like the parrotfish, there were higher abundances inside the spas versus outside. But what is really interesting to note is there was a lot more fluctuations. And when we looked more closely at this, what we see is you typically saw when there was one of these large catastrophic events that occurred, whether it be a warm water mass bleaching event, whether it was a hurricane or a cold water event, we saw a dramatic decline in the abundance of these, and then they spiked back up relatively quickly. And one of the reasons I think that you can explain why that occurred is basically after each one of these disturbances, we've lost a lot of coral. And so what that does is that creates a lot more available habitat. By creating more habitat, because corals take a lot longer to grow and recover, what you saw is a lot more algae that ended up colonizing those dead corals. And so there's more food resources, and that would really explain why you would see more of these parrotfish following some of these disturbances. So I want to talk then, before I get into talking specifically about the proposed changes to some of the zones, is why we see some of these areas performing better than others. I've listed 7 reasons here, and I'm not going to really talk about these first 3. I'm going to only mention these that are related to the biological aspects of the species. And the first thing that I want to talk about is the size of the spas and other protected areas that we put in place. There's a general international consensus now that for true no-take marine protected areas to effectively protect a lot of the target species, they should cover somewhere between 20 to 30% of all of the marine environment. Well, in our existing strategy, we're only protecting about 5% of the habitat. But in addition to that, what's really important is that in a lot of cases, these species have a home range. And what I mean by that is how far they'll move in a day in an area that is actually much larger than what the protected area is. So if you look at this is the size of all of the existing protected areas, and this is the home range of the 5 most targeted species that are that are reef-associated species within the Florida Keys. And you can see for every single one of these, except for when you get down to Carey's Fort and Western Sambo, and then in the Tortugas, their home range is actually larger than the area that we're protecting. And so what's happening is these species are spending part of their time inside the protected areas, and then they're swimming outside where they can be targeted. These are all pieces that we've started to address that I'm going to present as I go through some of the different alternatives. The other component is that we aren't protecting all of the different habitat types that we use. The bulk of our spas, for instance, are on the outer core reef in that high relief habitat. And so we're not protecting some of the deeper areas, we're not protecting grass beds, hard bottom areas, so on and so forth. And so that is one of the things that we're really trying to get at, and I'll give you examples of that. And that falls into this fact that, you know, in some cases, maybe the juvenile habitat isn't being protected, and so these things aren't able to grow up and reach reproductive maturity. And then there's one whole component where we're looking at this resilience question, there has been a lot of loss of habitat here. In particular, if you look at the forest communities, we've lost virtually most of the elkhorn coral, staghorn coral, which is a high relief structure that a lot of these things found refuge under. And so when you lose that habitat, what's been shown in other locations is you see a lot of these species disappear. They have to go somewhere else where they can have effective refuges where they can occur. Okay. By the end, I'll get this to you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about some of the biological benefits of some of these different zones. And the way that I'm going to do this is more or less start in the Tortugas and work my way through the lower keys, middle keys, and upper keys with a couple of them that don't fit that exactly. But okay, so what I want to do is I want to start with the Tortugas, as I mentioned, and this is one of the best success stories that I think that there is for marine protected areas around the world. First of all, there are 3 areas that are no-take. There's the 2 areas that are within the sanctuary, Tortugas North Ecological Reserve and Tortugas South Ecological Reserve area up here, and it's off the figure, you can't see it in this map. And then there is one area that, those were first implemented in 2001, and then within the national park, there's a research natural area, which is right here, which was implemented in 2007. And so these are 3 very large areas, and so they get at the first question that these MPAs are larger than the home range of most of these species. And what we've seen over time is these have been very, very effective for these fishery targets of increasing both the density of these species, the abundance, and the size structure above that minimum legal size of capture. And to give you an example, this is mutton snapper density. And what you can see is data from 1999. It may be hard to see this in the back of the room, but there's these sort of white dots. They don't look white on the screen here with me, but then there's a series of red dots, and they get progressively larger in size, which reflects a higher density of these species. And so you can see prior to the implementation of these measures, there's only a very few areas where there's high density of these species. They were either absent or at very low levels. But if you look just 12 years or so later, what you can see is how much change there has been, both within the protected areas as well as the spillover that's occurred outside of the areas where they are open to fishing. There was a dramatic response to that. So we know that there's spillover that's occurring. The second thing that we've learned from the Tortugas is these protected areas have worked towards reestablishing some of the important spawning aggregations that are located in deep water. And one in particular is the mutton snapper, which has rebounded quite quickly. The spawning aggregation is located in the South Tortugas South Ecological Reserve and just off of Riley's Hump. And one of the reasons why this is really important is what we've learned is that the bulk of the targeted reef fish species that are found throughout the Florida Keys and Southeast Florida inhabit the Tortugas. In fact, the Tortugas includes about 22% of all the reef habitat located within the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary proper. And yet, between 30 to 60% of the population of species that are above the minimum legal size of capture are found within the Tortugas. Why is that important? Well, because the Tortugas is integrally connected to the rest of the Keys. We know from a lot of work that there is a high degree of connectivity between Pulley Ridge, the Tortugas, and the Florida Keys in Southeast Florida. And this is one example of a study where they looked at these larval drift particles that were released from the Tortugas, and they showed that they moved from the Tortugas all the way through the Keys and up into Southeast Florida. They did a similar study in Cuba and the Mesoamerican reef system, and what they saw was that within both of those areas there's a lot more retention. And what I mean by that is these larvae are produced, and only a small proportion of those are leaving and potentially coming to Florida, but most of those are retained in the system. So the Tortugas is hugely important for the rest of the Florida Keys because it's providing a lot of these fish that they can move into the sanctuary, into the middle, lower, and upper Keys, and settle in those areas, and then support fishery species. And what we're proposing now are 3 main changes to the Tortugas. This is the existing zoning and the boundaries, and this is the proposed modification. I also did mention that I'm only going to be talking about the preferred alternative for all of these changes that are proposed. And so I want to talk just about these 3 points. One of the things is to extend the sanctuary boundary, as Beth had indicated, so that it would cover this habitat that is outside. And this really has a lot of benefits for the species that occur there, in particular the benthic organisms, because what this would do is it would mean that you have the same anchoring provisions that are within the rest of the sanctuary. And what I mean by that is there's no allowable anchoring on live coral, and there's a lot of coral habitat that's in there. That habitat that is not within the sanctuary is connected to other areas, so we're protecting that as well. And also one of the other provisions is there's no injury, harm, or removal of corals allowed within sanctuary waters, and so that will prevent any sort of damage to the corals that are in that area. The second piece that was mentioned earlier today is the proposal to move the South Ecological Reserve 1 mile to the west. And the reason why this is really important is since we've been doing studies looking for some of these spawning aggregations, what we've identified is at least 3 more species, the Kubera snapper, the black grouper, and the scamp, have been found to have spawning aggregations right down on the base of Riley's Hump in deeper water. And so by extending the boundary just 1 mile to the west, we will now protect 4 different species, the spawning aggregations of 4 different species. And then the third point is this Tortugas corridor, creating a spot that would connect the Tortugas conservation area south with with the national park. And the reason why this is really important is there's been a lot of research done out here using these acoustic receivers. Basically, you put a tag on a fish, you put these receivers out in different locations, and if the fish swims by that, it will ping, and then it will be recorded on one of these receivers. There are 86 of these that have been deployed around the Tortugas, covering an area of about 800 square kilometers. So quite an intensive array of these things. And what these have shown is that the mutton snapper that are occurring within this area, that figure that I showed you before, where they've really rebounded, what they do is they migrate from this research natural area into Riley's Hump to spawn every time. And so this whole corridor that they were doing, right when these fish are ready to reproduce, was open access to fishing. And by allowing the fish, allowing us to target the fish at the time that they're reproducing, you're hurting future generations of these species. And so it's a really, really key area to protect if we want to ensure that there are mutton snapper to fish in the future. Okay, so I'm going to continue now moving to the east, and I'm going to only talk about one area that's in the Tortugas, and I want to talk about this proposed new Marquesas turtle zone. This is a really, really important habitat. It's a very dense seagrass bed that's located in the eastern quicksands. It's just west of all the islands and west of Mooney Harbor. It's right in this area here. This area is a really, really important feeding area for turtles. And what's really interesting about this is it's green sea turtles. These turtles form the only known large aggregation that's known from anywhere in the southeast U.S. It's only subadult and adult turtles. And what's even more interesting is they're the only example where the turtles form these herds. Large groups of these turtles get together to feed in these particular areas. And so this shows some of the movement patterns of these and locations where high densities of these subadult and adult turtles were found. What's even more interesting is this is an area with really, really high tidal flow, and you never see juveniles in there really. All the juveniles are concentrated in here or in other areas. Because this is a known place where a lot of tiger sharks move through and they'll feed on the smaller turtles. And so by them forming these herds, they're able to still feed, they're able to avoid predation pressure, and so it's a really, really critical to the long-term survival of green sea turtle populations. And by establishing this as a wildlife management area where we only allow this to be a no-wake zone, what we're going to really do is minimize the disturbances that are associated with boat movements through there, and also the likelihood that there are injuries to these turtles as they come from the grass bed up to the surface, so that will really reduce how many of these turtles die from these boat incidents. Okay, so one other area that's kind of at the fringe of Marquesas that I want to mention is Western Dry Rocks. Western Dry Rocks, so let me just back up for a second. We only started looking at spawning aggregations within the Florida Keys about 2010. So this is, a lot of this work was what was started after the condition report, and we've discovered spawning aggregations in deep water that run from Carysport to Western Dry Rocks. Western Dry Rocks is an area, and there's been several different ways that we found this. One of it is using, again, these acoustic receivers, and what this figure shows is where all the acoustic receivers are, have been positioned so far. Number of fish have been tagged, again, to see who goes into those particular areas. But there's also been dive surveys done, ROV surveys, there are drop cameras that go in there, and then all of this information together has helped us identify a number of these new spawning aggregations. And one other piece of information that's been really useful is looking where the heaviest concentration of boats are during the spawning seasons. And so in some cases, that's shown us where some of these aggregations are because there's a lot more fish there. So we know that this area is particularly important because unlike a lot of the other aggregations where we've identified a single species that's occurring there are really high densities of several species of snapper, goatfish, permit, and spadefish in the summertime. And then in the wintertime, spawning season, there's a number of grouper that come into this particular area. But so we want to protect that, but we also recognize that it's a really, really important fishing area. And so what our proposal is that you would only be allowed to troll in this area. And the reason why this can benefit these is if you're not going into an area and anchoring and fishing on the bottom or something like that, you're not going to be chumming, or you're less likely to be chumming. And if you're fishing with, just by being stationary, you're more likely to pull out a lot of those species that are in those spawning aggregations. When you're trolling through, you're still going to be fishing, but you're going to get a lot more of the pelagic species. So it's one way to really start protecting some of those spawning aggregations. Okay, so I'm going to continue now moving, and I want to talk first about Western Sambo. So as you heard earlier this morning, this is the only large contiguous marine protected area currently in place within the Florida Keys that goes from shore out to the reef edge. And I want to talk about why this is really important in terms of lobsters. There's been a lot of research that's shown other factors, but just because of time, I'm going to just talk about a couple studies that were done by FWC on lobster populations. And I first want to just draw your attention to the two graphs that are on the right. What this shows is the size structure, or the age structure, of female lobsters outside of Western Dry Rocks in the top, and inside of Western Dry Rocks about 10 years after the protection was put in place. And what I want you to notice is, first of all, with the current regulations for the minimum size, many of those lobsters are still too small to have reproduced even one time. So we're taking a lot of things that, first of all, haven't reached reproductive maturity, or just shortly after. And when you look at outside, what this study showed is only 7% of the population, this dotted line indicates the age at which these lobsters first start reproducing. Only 7% of the lobsters in the outside of the population were large enough to be spawning. Whereas within Western Sambo, 45% of the lobsters, and there were some lobsters that were identified that were up to 8.5 years old. So what we know is the larger the lobster is, the more eggs it will have, so it continues to increase, and so these older lobsters tend to produce many, many more offspring when they spawn, and so it's really, really critical to protect those. I want to also then draw your attention to the figure on the right, and what this shows is changes that occur in the size of the lobsters looking at 3 different areas. The dark bars are within Western Sambo. The tan bars, or whatever color that is, are within smaller spas or research-only sites. And then the white bars are the size structure outside in the areas that are open to fishing. And so what you can see from here is this dramatic response of how well this marine protected area has worked in terms of protecting the lobsters. They're significantly larger within Western Sambo than they are anywhere else. There was a little but not much response, and I'll talk a little bit about why that is. So the next thing that we needed to understand is why do you not see a response in some of the small spas? And what we've learned is that lobsters move a lot. And so the same thing as with the fish, they make their movement every day from where they shelter at night to where they feed in the day. And so in a lot of cases, the lobsters that are even in Western Sambo may go to the outside area and they can be open to fishing. We also know that lobsters tend to recruit inshore in some of these shallow, in particular the shallow hard bottom areas. They like the sponges to hide underneath those, and then they progressively move out to the reef. So what we've learned, they did the same thing as with the fish, is where you put one of these little trackers on the lobster, you let it go, and these are what the acoustic receivers look like. You deploy those on the bottom in different areas, and then you can see where they move to. And so, you know, one of the things is these lobsters are moving on a daily basis from their shelter habitat to their feeding habitat and then returning. The same thing, so this is mid-channel reefs, these are the out reefs, they're doing that same sort of migration. But then we also found that the mid-shelf patch reefs are integrally connected to these offshore locations. And so what happens is the female lobsters in particular will move from this mid-shelf patch reef all the way out to deep water to spawn. The same thing with the ones that are here, they're also moving out to the spawning habitat. And then they spawn, and then they move back to where they were originally. And so this is one of the reasons why we're proposing to extend Western Sambo into deeper water, because right now, the time when the lobsters are most vulnerable and when they're most critical to maintaining healthy lobster populations throughout the Florida Keys so that we can continue to harvest these things, we need to protect this spawning habitat. So we're proposing to extend this out a little further. The other really important thing about doing this is we've also identified another species, the gray snapper, forms spawning aggregations also out on these outlier reefs in a little bit deeper water. Okay, so deep water, I'm going to just talk one more slide about deep water habitats. So I mentioned the spawning aggregations, and I mentioned Carey's Fork too. This is another area where we have seen the current boundary of the spa goes right to here, about the 60-foot contour. And there's been an aggregation site that's been identified just out of that in a little deeper water at about 90 feet of black grouper. And so that's the only black grouper aggregation site that's been identified to date within the Florida Keys proper. So that's a really important area to predict. But I also wanted to mention this figure right here. To date, we've identified 15 different species of targeted reef fish that are known to form spawning aggregations. And one of the challenges is there's been proposals where we would just do seasonal closures, and that really can't work, because if you look at this, this is the period when they spawn. And so you can see there's things that start in December, and some of them go all the way up until nearly the end of the year. So basically, there is no period when these fish aren't spawning, and especially if there's multi-species that go into an area, you can't just close it for a while, because then other periods they will then be targeted. But there's one other really important thing to consider for these deep reef habitats. It's not only for the reef fish. These are really critical habitats for the corals that occur there. We know that there's been a lot of losses of coral that have occurred in shallow habitats, in particular on the outer reef system, but we've also learned that some of these deeper reef areas contain unique species of both corals and sponges in some cases, but also some of the same species that you find in shallow water occur in deep water. Some of them may, like this one, this is Orbicella pony, which is one of the most important frame-building corals. It looks a little different down deeper. What it does is it plates out instead of forming these big mountains, but it's in effect, it's the same species of coral. And we know that the populations of corals at those depths are much healthier than what you're seeing in shallow, and so there's a refugia there that's really critical. And those, when they then reproduce, They're larvae that can go up into shallower water and help reseed some of these areas. In addition, many of the species that you find in deep water, I mentioned that they plate, you also see these certain corals that tend to form these sheets, and shingles in some cases, or just large, what looks like lettuce, big sheets of lettuce, and those are particularly thin and very fragile to anchoring, and so by extending some of these spas out to deeper areas, we will be protecting those deeper populations of these corals, so it provides a really important refugia. Okay, so I want to now go back to this idea of protecting large, contiguous, interconnected habitats. So we already talked about the Sanctuary Advisory Council's goal was to add one area in the lower keys, upper keys, and middle keys that would extend from the shoreline to deep water. So we already have western sandal in place, and the area that Beth had mentioned this morning is an area that extends from Long Key all the way out to deep water, so right from here. This is a really, really important area for many reasons, and if you look at this schematic here, so you can think of this being Long Key. First of all, right on shore, there's a nice mangrove population. This is an undeveloped coastal area. There's also a really important sandy area that's an important nesting area for loggerhead turtles. The mangrove habitat provides important nursery habitat for certain species. When you just start to go offshore, there's some nice seagrass beds, and there's really important shallow, hard-bottom habitat that has some of these sponge-dominated communities that are important for a lot of juvenile species. And so we would be encompassing some of those. But then we also get at some of these other reef environments. In particular, a number of these reefs, the mid-channel hatcheries, have shown, really pretty high resilience. They survive some of these bleaching events. They still have good populations of a lot of the boulder corals. Some areas still have remnant populations of staghorn, things that have disappeared from a lot of other areas. So it's really, really important from the perspective of protecting those species. And then one other really interesting thing about this area, which I think makes this a really, really good area to put in one of these, is it's an area that experiences high flow because it's right near channels on either side. And there's been a lot of research that's shown that there's a lot of juvenile lobster nursery habitat within this area. And these lobster move through, this is basically a lobster corridor where they go through these channels and passes and get out into the reef system. And so by protecting that, we're providing a way where we can have these subadult populations migrate out towards the reef and reach sexual maturity. And so it not only protects those, but also by protecting all these habitats, we're protecting other life stages of a lot of other species of fish and other organisms. And then there's a number of other features in here. There's a lot of sand habitats and grass beds that are important for queen conch and other species. Okay, so staying for a second in the Middle Keys, I wanted to talk briefly now about two new proposed conservation areas. This is Red Bay Bank and Channel Key Bank. This is just the Google Earth imagery that I downloaded to show you what some of the shallow areas in Channel Key Bank look like. These areas are unique. There's something that currently is not covered at all within any of our existing protected areas. What they are is they're these very shallow areas that are these unconsolidated calcium carbonate mountains, basically, that are built largely of broken pieces of finger coral rubble and a green calcareous algae called halimina that has made these little structures. They provide this very high relief area that supports a large number of species. And what's been found in these areas is that you have many of the same species on these banks that you also find out in coral reef habitats. In some cases, they're important nursery areas for certain species. In some cases, they're foraging grounds where the species will move from these particular banks out through some of the passes to seagrass beds, the reef, other areas, and then come back into these particular habitats. So when you look at these banks and you compare them to the surrounding deeper areas, the biomass and the diversity of reef-associated fish that you find in here, as well as other invertebrates, is much, much higher than anywhere else. And so they're really, really critical, intricately connected to a lot of the other habitats within the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And unfortunately, because of the way they come up so shallow, when you go, actually, you can zoom into Google Earth and some of the newer imagery that's there, and you can get right in on the top of some of these and see how much prop scarring there is. And so boats really are having a very, very large impact in these particular areas, destroying them. And because it's unconsolidated, it's not going to destroy your boat, but you're going to basically ruin this particular habitat type. And so by establishing these as conservation areas, we will protect critical habitats that other areas that provide species to other areas throughout the Florida Keys. Okay, so one of the other goals that I mentioned early on was to ensure that we identify some of the most resilient reefs and include these in our zoning strategy. So as I mentioned earlier, when you look at where the spas are placed, the vast majority of these are located on the outer foreland. This morning, when Sarah showed a slide, she said, oh, well, the coral cover in the last published report of coral cover was 6.2% or something like that. It was from 2015. That is taken from the long-term monitoring data of the CREP program, the Coral Reef Ecosystem Monitoring Program. They have about 40 stations set up throughout the Keys. When you separate that information into both the abundance and, in this case, what I'm showing in this figure here is the richness, the number of species for areas within the spas and outside of the spas. What you see is there's been this dramatic shift to what's happening. So it was very true what Sarah had mentioned, where a lot of the spas now on the outside of the reef in particular are down to 1-2% coral cover. But we know that a lot of these mid-channel patch reefs, as well as some of the inshore areas, still have much higher cover and much higher diversity of corals. You can still find places in the Florida Keys that have 30, 40, even, Chica Rocks, for instance, is an area where there's patches that are 50, 60% living coral cover. So they tend to have survived there. For some reason, we're starting to learn, it depends on where you are, but they're much more resilient. They've resisted some of these bleaching events. They may bleach, but the corals have recovered. In some cases, they've resisted the disease event. They've done better in response to some of these hurricanes. And what I wanted to point out is what we saw around 2003, I guess that is, was traditionally the number of coral species that you would find within these CREP stations, within the spas, has declined below what you see in these areas that are not protected. And so this is one example of them. This area that we're proposing to protect in East Turtle Shoal is a really interesting area because it shows a lot of resilience for several reasons. One of them is it's not directly connected to Florida Bay water. So we've seen in certain areas that Florida Bay water can bring a lot of nutrients. There's other problems that may be associated with it. So this is a little sheltered from that. This also includes some of these mid-shelf reefs that really are not well represented in the spas. And this is a very, very high relief series of patch reefs, aggregated patch reefs that occur in this area. And there still are ESA-listed corals through here, as well as a number of the other coral species that have virtually disappeared from some reefs from this ongoing coral disease event. So, and I wanted to, since I was on turtles, I figured I'd talk about the other turtle rocks. I want to talk just really briefly about the proposal for Turtle Rocks. This is another very, very resilient mid-channel site, and this is a little bit of a larger area that we're proposing to protect, but this not only includes a lot of these really high relief patch reefs. There are seagrass beds in there, there's some hard bottom habitats, so it's one way to get at connecting multiple habitat types. There's other benefits to establishing this protection. As was mentioned earlier, this is one of the areas where right now you're not allowed to drop lobster traps, so you're going to minimize the amount of physical impact to some of these. And there's some thought that this may serve as one of these inshore stepping stones. Basically, a lot of species that spend part of their life here, they may ultimately move out to the offshore reefs around Careysport. And so this is sort of an alternative to, in Alternative 4, there was a proposal to have one large contiguous area that went all the way from the shore out to Careysport. This is one way to at least encompass some of that. This area has shown really, really high resilience. This is a picture that Ken just sent me the other day showing some of the star coral populations. One of our staff just recently found what I think is one of the largest remaining thickets of staghorn coral remaining in the Florida Keys. And there still are remnant populations of elkhorn coral throughout this area. So really, really important coral to protect because it's highly resilient. And just one other little fact about this area. What's really interesting is the elkhorn coral in this area has bleached when there was bleaching events. But what is interesting is instead of it dying, it's rebounded and it's come back every time over these multiple bleaching events. So there's something about this site and the corals that are in there that makes it very, very resilient. Okay, so I think this is the last thing that I want to talk about in terms of the zoning strategy. And I just wanted to mention one other aspect. One of the things that's been identified internationally is you can't just have a single spot sitting somewhere out there with anything else. You have to ensure that these are interconnected. And this is mainly because many of the species that occur within these, reef fish, corals, a lot of the other invertebrates, they all do this thing called broadcast spawning. And so what you want is when you have these protected areas, when these things spawn, you want to make sure you set these up so that these particular protected areas may be upstream and those larvae then are carried downstream to some of these other sites so that they can reseed and protect those. And so in a lot of senses, this is the way that, that these existing protected areas and some of the new measures really form this network of marine protected areas. And so what this figure shows is the boundary of the Key Largo management area. Embedded into this are the alternative 3. It includes the existing spas that we're not proposing any changes to, as well as if we were to go forward with alternative 3, this was 2 little areas, Grecian and Dry Rocks, that would be a little bit larger, as well as the proposed boundary expansion of Carey's Court. So these are all interconnected. We've made some steps to try to increase the size of these so we get more of this issue of ensuring that we cover the whole range of these species and also take into account multiple habitat types. And I think also when we look at the existing measures that are in place in the Key Largo management area, this is unique because it's one of the areas where you can't spearfish right now. There's a prohibition on collecting some of these little things that we don't know a lot about them, but we're starting to learn more and more that some of the little crabs, the snails, and some of these other things are really important in terms of keeping these ecosystems healthy. And so right now you can't collect any of these species that go into the marine ornamental trade for people's aquarium from that particular area. And then I'm going to talk about this a little more, but one of the proposals was to make this whole area no angering zone. So this has started to get at what we really need to achieve in terms of establishing these networks. And then also it buffers right up against, again, one of these other habitats, turtle, the mid-shelf area around turtle rocks. Okay, and so then, sorry, this is the last one about the spas. I wanted to just end, before I talk about, real briefly about some regulations, is talking about the 4 new proposed spas that are being proposed in order to protect coral nurseries and also some of these experimental research and restoration locations. So one of the main reasons to establish this is these encompass the largest existing coral nurseries within the Florida Keys. These are really, really important areas. We're trying to minimize the potential of anchor damage, trying to reduce any sort of marine debris impacts in these particular areas. But we also want to make sure that there is the potential for people to see these and understand what's going on and possibly get them more involved in some of the propagation work, or maybe it may be as simple as getting people to help keep the nursery trees clean. And so that's one of the really important reasons for this. The other reason is, within all these nurseries, what we're trying to do is, we understand that there's each coral, just like people, there's many different genetic colonies or genotypes. So there's many, many different ones of these. And we know that we don't want to take just one genotype and plant it all throughout the Keys, because it is adapted to certain conditions. And some of these other ones, for instance, may tolerate higher temperatures. One particular strain may tolerate disease and other sorts of things. And so we know that we need a lot of these different genotypes. And so all the nursery practitioners have made a lot of effort to try to have as many as possible within these areas. They're starting to look at what some of their traits are, what makes them unusual. But we also need to ensure that we have replication, because what happens if we only have one area that's protected for a nursery and a hurricane comes along and destroys that, and we lose all those genotypes? In some cases, in these nurseries, certain of these genotypes have disappeared from the wild. The only things we now have are inside these nurseries. And so what we want also is to have all of these areas to serve as these in-water gene banking sites. So basically, every single strain of, or genotype of staghorn coral that's in pickles, for instance, would also be in something in the Middle Keys in the Marathon Nursery, and would also be in the Key West Nursery, so that we have this redundancy and so that we don't lose this important genetic stock. And then the other really important component of this is, as we're going forward with restoration, one of the management actions that we've identified is to look more closely at restoration to figure out how we can scale this up. Florida is a leader, the worldwide leader in restoration, where we've developed these techniques to propagate these corals. We can plant them out of the corals, but our limitation has been that we're planting things one at a time. It takes a lot of labor, really, really hard. And so we're starting to work on approaches like, for instance, this is one of CRF's new things that they're using bamboo, where they're attaching a whole series of these at once, and you plant this big thing out as one unit so that you can put more coral out at once and restore these habitats much more efficiently and quickly. And so we need a couple sites where we can experiment with what works and what doesn't. We don't want to just go out in any old location and do that. And so a couple of these provide that. And as we move forward with restoration, it's not just corals we're looking at. We're considering all other species, because we know that we need to improve herbivory, for instance. And one way to do that is to put diadema out. And so one of the areas that we've proposed is Delta Shoal, which is a really important area where FWC has done a lot of research on different aspects, both looking at survival of out plants, looking at some of this work with these long-spine sea urchins, other sorts of things. So we're trying to establish those really to help us move forward. And ultimately, these large regional nurseries will provide a lot of the propagules that may go to these smaller localized nurseries or pop-up nurseries or whatever that you want to call them, that are right next to where some of these larger demonstration sites end up being that we work towards restoring. Okay, so I'm going to really just talk briefly now about 4 more things, and then I will stop. The first thing that I wanted to mention is fish feeding. And so there's a lot of scientific studies out there that have shown that feeding a fish, and what I mean by this is just with the intent to attract the wildlife for viewing, is something that changes the behavior of the species. And we also know that it can make them more susceptible to predation. It can make them more susceptible to things like injuries from boats, because they're going to know a place where they're fed, and they're going to all move in when boats come in, and so they may get hit by the props. So we know that is one of the big problems with fish feeding. We also know that it alters the population abundance and structure of those species, and if you suddenly get a lot more of some species that you're targeting by feeding, what that's going to do is it's going to have cascading impacts on the rest of the organisms, on what it feeds on what feeds on it. So it really changes the whole dynamics of the reef for fishing. And I just put this in because I found this on Facebook, and I thought this was really pretty interesting. This is word for word what was posted up there. And I was thinking more about the biological aspects, but there is this whole component that a lot of species tend to be more aggressive when you feed them for a while, especially if a diver gets in the water and doesn't feed them. They're going to come up expecting something, and they can get very aggressive. So that's what I wanted to say about fish feeding. I could go on, but I know I'll take it too long here. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about was about physical impacts. And so we know that there's a lot of damage from anchoring as well as prop scarring, which I mentioned a little bit. There's an increasing number of groundings that occur, and there's impacts, physical impacts associated with marine debris. But I want to specifically talk about anchoring. And so there are studies from around the world that have shown that anchoring in coral reef habitats causes a lot of damage. And to give you one example, this is something that just came out about a month ago. This is a study, these four figures on the left, is a study from the British Virgin Islands looking at the impacts of anchoring in an area. And what they showed was, basically what this is showing is this is areas where there's low amount of anchoring, medium, high amount of anchoring. And what they showed in all the categories that they looked at is there was lower coral cover in areas where there's a lot of anchoring. The size of the corals that were in those habitats were smaller. The density of the corals was lower. And then they even were able to go one step further and show that those changes that had occurred in response to anchoring causes a decline in the density of fish within those areas. And this was, regardless of whether there were moorings in place or not, it was just looking at how intense the amount of anchoring is. I put in 3 studies from the Florida Keys. One of the oldest ones that I was able to find was a study that looked at, there are these extensive areas of staghorn coral out in the Tortugas, and they found that, so this is old, this is before any of the management plans were put in place, but anchoring destroyed 20% of the staghorn thickets out in that particular area in this study. There was a study done in 1987 looking in the Upper Keys on some of the high-use reefs. And so what they showed was that there was a much higher frequency of broken corals in areas where there was more anchoring going on. And then there was a more recent study looking at this lobster mini-season. And so they looked at all these sites, and out of the sites that they looked at where they saw a lot of boats, 60% of the sites had anchor damage during the lobster season. So a short little window, quite dramatic. And then there's been a lot of anecdotal reports that I've heard since I've been here that folks that are going out and removing marine debris, in some cases they're removing more anchors from these hard bottom and coral habitats than they are other types of marine debris. So it's you know, quite substantial, the impacts that are occurring. And so I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we have in place. This is something that I photographed just a month ago or so. One of our few big, beautiful corals. This is something that Dana Williams provided me, and this was one of the reasons why she used this actually to go forward trying to address trapping, and that was one of the reasons why trapping is limited, just because a lot of stuff gets wrapped around it. But so what we have right now to address this is sanctuary-wide. The provisions, the way I understand it, is if you're in water that's 40 feet deep or less, you cannot anchor on live coral if you can see the bottom. We also have made a really, really large effort to put in mooring balls, which has had a measurable benefit in terms of reducing anchoring. There are also some particular sensitive areas where alphorn coral and staghorn coral were known to occur, where you can't drop traps there because that was found to cause a lot of damage to those. In some existing measures and also in a number of our new ones, what we're proposing in some cases is either requiring idle speed or no wake, really to reduce the likelihood of direct contacts with the boat to these things. But the way that we're really proposing to get at this anchor issue is we propose that there would be no anchoring in the spas at all, as well as the conservation areas in those 2 bigger areas in Blue Key and Key Largo. And I know that there's probably going to be a lot of opposition, and I think it'd be really great to have comments on other ways to approach this. But given the fact that there's so little coral left here, we're trying to recover these corals. And for instance, if you throw an anchor in a hard bottom habitat, what's typically going to happen is that anchor is going to drag along the bottom until it runs into a coral or something else that it can hook on. And the amount of damage that that's doing, I think, is no longer really acceptable. And so we need to come up with a reasonable solution to try to mitigate some of the damage from anchoring, so that we can really be successful in recovering these the coral populations. And right here. Okay, and so my last thing that I want to talk about is about carrying capacity. And so what we know is that within the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, we have to balance conservation with sustainable use. It's really important to ensure that the activities are both ecologically sustainable as well as socially sustainable. So there's a lot of examples from around the world where you can find out that overuse of particular habitats has led to degradation of those habitats, not just in the water, on land as well. And at some point, that use will exceed the ability of the system to recover. Now, what's important to also note is that the carrying capacity of the system is really variable depending on where you are and what you're looking at. So for instance, for reefs, it depends a lot on the size of that reef, the shape of the reef. It depends on the type of corals that are present in that particular area. It depends on the environmental conditions. So for instance, if you have people snorkeling in an area that's 20 feet deep and that's all they're doing is snorkeling, they're likely to have very minimal impacts. Whereas if it's 1 to 2 feet and it's full of elkhorn coral thickets, you're going to have a lot more impacts when you put too many people in that particular area. And then it also depends on how accessible the site is and finally how attractive it is. So what I've seen in a lot of places that I've gone is, for instance, whale sharks are a really good example. I've been to a couple places where whale sharks aggregate. And what happens is, because there's such a small restricted area, when the Maldives is a really good example, they only have one location where these whale sharks occur. And so one boat operator will go in, and he'll have 50 to 100 snorkelers that jump in the water. There'll only be a couple whale sharks there. And the minute he sees that, he calls all the other operators, and everyone comes in. And what they've seen is that by putting too many people in the water, has actually chased these whale sharks away. And so the more attractive this resource is, the more people you're going to have to want to go to that area, and the more critical it becomes to ensure that you address that problem. So, not an easy problem to address. So when we look back to when we first put the spas in place, one of the main reasons for doing that was to deconflict conflicts between different user groups. One of the things that did do is it then, in areas where they're diving, it reduced the number of people there, potentially, if you will, because there's no one fishing anymore in that area. But what we've done in effect is we've taken the most iconic reef sites throughout the Florida Keys, and we put in all these mooring buoys, and we've concentrated all this effort within these very, very small areas. And so that's the bulk of the place where people go. There's more people going to other areas now, and there are other areas as well. But we've really concentrated this together in a very small area. And so there was a recommendation that came out of one of the working groups within the Sanctuary Advisory Council that led us to this approach to identify 3 locations, one in the middle, one in the upper, middle, and lower Keys, where we would test this idea of carrying capacity and try to figure out how can we reduce how many people are going to these particular areas. So it's really challenging. It's like, how do you say who can go there and who can't? You know, if we say that no tourists can go into that area, well, then you're hurting the people that rely on the tourists for revenue. So you have to really think about how to do this. And so we've come up with one proposal, but it may not be the best proposal. And what I wanted to do is give you a list of things that I've seen in other places that I've been in coral reef environments around the world, and ways that this problem has been addressed range in everything from closing either a certain portion of the reef or closing an area seasonally, limiting the size of the groups that can go in there, requiring guides that have to go with the groups so that they can sort of monitor their activities and ensure that they don't do damage, limiting the type of activities that can occur in an area. One of the things that's become very, very popular in many locations around the world is creating these little tags that you have to buy. So an entry fee, so that only people that are buying those tags can go into those particular areas. And that not only has the benefit of reducing how many people are going to go in there, if you then take that funding and use it for conservation activities, you have a secondary benefit to it. And then one of the strategies that we've talked about internally, that this is something that's used in Bonaire, for instance, is they rotate their mooring balls. So they have 50 mooring balls in an area, for instance, and only 20 of these will be in place for a year, a couple of years. And then they take those out, and then they do another area. And so you're spreading this out over a larger area. So this is something that we really need, I think, a lot of help. I think this is something that would really help to have public input on what is the best way forward to really try to get at this carrying capacity. And that's what I'll say about that. And so I just want to end with just one last thing. I want to first acknowledge, there's lots and lots of people that have done research and help, but I wanted to just acknowledge some of the really large groups that have done a bulk of the research that I presented here today. Without all the partners, the sanctuary is really big, it's really complex, there's going on here. And really, this is something that everyone needs to work together to continue to do the research and monitoring and to identify the best way to go forward so that we can protect these resources. And what I just wanted to sort of end with is, I did a presentation remotely at the last Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting, and it was something that I hate doing those kind of presentations, but what I talked about was really how the sanctuary had changed over the last year and some of the large catastrophic impacts that have really affected these ecosystems. And I want to point out that most of those things that I talked about that caused the largest changes are things that are really quality from Florida Bay that's coming in. It may be hurricanes, these warm water events, cold water events. There are things that we here in Florida Keys can't directly address. We can try to get involved in some of the groups that are working to address Southeast Florida water quality issues, for instance, but we can't go tangibly in the water and do something to address that. But what we have learned is that if we get out there and take localized steps to ensure that everything that we're doing, that we use these resources sustainably, and that we try to put in some of these protective measures to enhance the resilience of these systems, they're going to better respond to the next bleaching event, for instance, or the next hurricane. And we're not going to have this catastrophic loss. These systems, if they are in general, if they're healthier, they can better respond. They can adapt to some of these large global stressors that are really hard to address, and they can rebound after these things in a much quicker time frame. And so I think that it's, really the time is now to make some of the changes that we're proposing. It may not be the best, there may be other things we need to do, but it is a definite step forward. And when we combine the zoning changes, the regulations, and the management activities, what I believe is 10 years from the time that we put these things in place, we're going to see a Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary that looks a lot more what it looked like 20 years ago. We're going to start bringing these things back. It's going to be a long, hard process, and not everyone's going to be happy with every step, but it's going to help everyone in the long run, I think, to do that. And that's what I want to do.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Lawrence. I'm a maritime archaeologist here at Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, and one of my duties is the historical resources permitting process. I've recently taken this task over from Brenda Altmeyer, who ably has carried this out for quite some time. And through this management review process and the regulatory review, I felt that there were opportunities for us to move forward and improve on this permitting process. Florida Keys Sanctuary has a tremendously rich and varied maritime heritage. It provides really unique information about the past. These archaeological sites, these cultural resources allow us to look into the past and view things that are not possible from the historical record. And it allows us to connect to the everyday people who really aren't captured by history books. They provide exciting opportunities for recreational and educational experiences, these opportunities to engage with the past, to learn, and to connect to people's individual histories. They attract visitors and increase opportunities for non-consumptive use. Going out and visiting historical and cultural resources as a scuba diver, as a snorkeler, is something that can be done again and again. And in most cases, the resources are able to be enjoyed that way with very limited impact. However, these are non-renewable resources. We are not going to be getting new Spanish galleons. We are not getting new 19th century steamships. We are not getting new vessels of exploration. What we have now is all that we will have. And so it really is incumbent upon all of us to work together to improve management of these resources so that this common heritage, who we are, is here for current generation and for future generations to enjoy. As an introduction to the current status of cultural and historical resources permitting, this is the varying varieties of historical resource permits that you can apply for to do research in the sanctuary that would otherwise be prohibited by sanctuary regulations. These particular ones apply both to state and federal waters, and they're categorized in several different varieties. We have permits for the survey and inventory of historical resources, for the research and recovery of historical resources, and there's a special use permit for the deaccession and transfer of historical resources. Each of these categories was designed to answer some different needs. Survey and inventory, looking generally at just what is out there, as compared to the research and recovery, which is generally focused specifically at a particular site or in-depth or intrusive investigation. And the idea when the sanctuary was created was that this deaccession and transfer permit would allow individuals to be able to keep artifacts from the sanctuary that they have recovered through a research and recovery process. Hand in hand with these regulations was a programmatic agreement that was created between NOAA, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, and the state of Florida for historical resources management. And in our sanctuary regulations, you see it referred to as the SCR agreement. This agreement was enforced beginning in 1997, and it was ultimately expired here in 2016 and is not been renewed. Now, so I've described the layer of the varieties of permitting that's applicable to federal and state waters. Within the state waters, as a result of the expiration of that programmatic agreement, you would be required to also secure a permit from Florida's Division of Historical Resources. Florida's Administrative Code, FAC 1832, sets out a process by which you can apply to do archaeological research on state plotted lands. In addition to that, Florida Administrative Code 1846 sets out the historical report standards and guidelines whereby you would report on the activities that they're undertaking under that permit. One of the Florida's administrative codes relating to cultural resources that does not apply to Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is 1A31, which is the procedures for conducting exploration and salvage of historic shipwreck sites. This particular regime is not applicable to Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. So what you can see here is quite a mass of different permitting regulations here that makes it difficult for our sanctuary researchers to secure sort of permits that they are interested in to be able to reveal the history of Florida Keys. So taking the basis that 60% of Florida Keys National Sanctuary is state waters on which the state holds title to the historical resources. The state actually owns those resources as primacy. That historical resource permits and activities often occur in both federal and state waters. We have this scenario where we're requiring multiple varieties of permit to do particular research activity. And I have been had many conversations with permittees who have expressed challenges with navigating the system and expressed some serious frustration for not being able to do the kind of research that they want to carry out. So as I mentioned, the previous programmatic agreement has expired, and so that agreement has essentially set out a path forward for dealing with some of these different permitting regimes. And since the expiration of that permit, or of that programmatic agreement, we have not been able to have a consistent means to permit archaeological research in the sanctuary. And finally, the Florida Keys National Sanctuary deaccession and transfer permits have never been used. since these were envisioned back in 1997. And as the sanctuary system has evolved and we've become more knowledgeable of the sanctuary's role in historic preservation, we've also determined that these sorts of permits, which allow for individuals to keep what is the common cultural heritage of the sanctuary, are not consistent with the Federal Archaeological Program, which is a series of laws that specify how the federal government is supposed to be treating historic objects, artifacts, and archaeological sites. So, to deal with these variations and to set a path forward that is streamlined and makes the most sense, I believe, and addresses the needs of our permittees as well as the needs of the sanctuary to protect and conserve these resources, I propose, and this plan proposes, that we eliminate this multiple categories of survey inventory, research recovery, and deaccession transfer permits, and that we adopt a single archaeological research permit category following along the lines of the 1A32 permit that is authorized by the state of Florida. In conjunction with that, the proposal here before you includes the new programmatic agreement which specifies how Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary operations, management, and permitting will be carried forward. It is not exactly the same programmatic agreement that was previously used to handle this. There are new requirements and new obligations that all of the parties, Florida NOAA, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, and the state of Florida are trying to answer through this programmatic agreement. But the combination of these changes that are proposed in the plan, I believe, sets forward a new path that will simplify as well as continue the protection of these non-renewable sites. You'll see in Appendix C of the restoration blueprint details about this programmatic agreement. It sets forth a path that is focused on NOAA's obligations under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. Section 106 requires that federal agencies take into account their effects on the undertakings, the things that sanctuaries do, whether they be the operations of the sanctuary, installing mooring buoys, as well as the permitting that we undertake. Through this programmatic agreement, we specify a streamlined pathway that allows NOAA to meet its historic preservation mandates and meet the requirements of Section 106 in a more direct fashion and continues this process of historic preservation in a facilitated manner. It also details the process to allow certain historical resource permits to be issued to facilitate co-management of these resources, whether they be in sanctuary federal waters or sanctuary state waters. As a result of all of the management and regulatory activities that are being proposed through this restoration blueprint, we believe that the historic preservation of the sanctuary will be greatly facilitated. In situations where we are expanding the boundary, there will be additional historical and cultural resources that are going to be protected by sanctuary regulations. Sanctuary-wide regulations will increase the efficiency, what I'm proposing here will increase the efficiency of the permitting process and improve resource protection and reporting by having a consistent reporting standard that is in place for both state and federal waters. An effect on some of our permittees may result. Currently, we have 7 historical and cultural resource permits that are issued to 6 permittees. Some of the permittees may need to modify their research plans to be able to qualify to continue the research they're doing. But I don't believe that any of the permittees would be excluded from being able to continue their research. Now, as a result of the differences in marine zones that have all been presented here, the different varieties. Regulatory changes expand the marine zones or limit the allowable activities, also protect the historical and cultural resources in those zones, whether they be protection from grounding or anchoring damage. So together, in combination with the historical resources regulatory changes, boundary expansion, and the changes in marine zones, I believe that the plan that we have proposed to you here has an overall significant net increase in historic preservation opportunities for the sanctuary. We are very interested in hearing how folks feel about these changes and whether or not they will continue to be able to conduct the research that they are interested in conducting, and whether we are doing what we need to do to protect these non-renewable resources for current and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, everybody.
Thank you for having me back. Thank you for having me back. I was down here in June to talk about socioeconomics in the Florida Keys, and I'm back now to talk about the economic impacts of the restoration blueprint. So, just a brief outline of what we're going to cover today, or what I'll be talking about today, is primarily the economic analysis, but I'll start with the framework for which we think about economics and socioeconomics and how it impacts people. Then I'll talk about sanctuary-wide regulations, and then specifically the spatial regulations, starting with commercial fishing, then recreational fishing, non-consumptive use, and then non-market values. So the economic analysis is framed around this idea of ecosystem services. They're the goods and services that the environment provides and that we as humans consume, either directly or indirectly. For examples of what this could be, for consumptive recreation, recreational fishing would be the example of ecosystem service within this category. We also have non-consumptive recreation, which includes diving and snorkeling, but also stand-up paddleboarding, kayaking, wildlife viewing. Food supply, which would be commercial fishing, and then other values like education, which could be improved experiences at the visitor center. Matt talked about American heritage resources, so if we learn more, if we protect them, that might increase the access and the opportunities that people have to learn about those resources and improve the benefit that people receive from the environment. The other reason ecosystem services are important and why we frame it is that when the quality or quantity of the resources improves or decline, it also impacts how humans benefit from the resource. But not only that, what's also relevant today in the conversation of different zones is that as access changes to the resources, those benefits might improve, increase or decrease for various groups of people. So we'll be talking about that. For the analysis, what we're doing, and it's important I think to talk about what this analysis includes and what it doesn't. For each regulation and for each alternative, and I'm only focusing today on alternative 3, the preferred alternative, we do cover the benefits, we do analyze the benefits, the costs, and net benefits of each alternative and each regulation or change within each alternative. The analysis is quantitative when possible, but if we don't have numeric data, then we do provide a qualitative analysis of the regulations. And then all numbers in terms of cost represent the maximum potential loss. So the assumption for the numbers that I present later on in the presentation is that that activity is completely lost. It's not displaced or moved outside of the zone. It is simply removed permanently, is the assumption that we make for these numbers. And I'll talk later on about whether or not that's a realistic assumption. So for the process, I think it's important to mention some of our key partners that we worked with on this analysis. The NOAA's National Center for Coastal and Ocean Science, the University of Miami Erasmus, and then the NOAA's Integrated Ecosystem Assessment. For the different data sources, this is just some of the primary data sources. There was other data utilized in our analysis, but to point out some, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Bait Fish Permit Database of the Sanctuary, Monroe County Tourist Development Council, and then for recreational fishing, the NOAA Fisheries Marine Recreational Fishing Statistics Program. So jumping into the analysis, we'll first start with the sanctuary-wide regulations. For alternative one, the no action, the way we talk about benefits and costs for this, the benefits are going to be the avoided costs of not adapting alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Whereas the costs are the lost benefits given up by not adopting the alternatives. So when I talk about the benefits and costs of alternative 3, in this context, the benefits and costs of alternative 1 would be inverse. What we are not doing here, looking at the costs of the no action, where the management stays the same, we're not looking at an analysis of how those ecosystem services, how the economy would be affected by the resources continuing on their trajectory that they're on and or declining as a result of no change in management. So for the sanctuary-wide regulations, the first one is the limit discharge for cruise ships in the sanctuary. So we expect in terms of benefits, the improvement of water quality as a result of this regulation, and this would help to support tourism and recreation and other water-based activities, and support water quality for habitat for commercial and recreational fishing. The cost would be minimal as the cruise ships can still discharge their gray matter and gray water and other waters outside of the sanctuary boundaries. So it's just a restriction on the location. The second one we'll talk about is increase the number of days allowed for emergency regulations. So the benefits for this would be short-term in terms of public safety, but we would expect to see some long-term gains in the sanctuary being able to be more flexible to the needs of an emergency. And then the cost for this, there would be some short-term, there could potentially be some short-term displacement of activities depending upon the regulation. But in the long term, we don't expect there to be costs since these would be temporary regulations. Beth earlier did mention that for the number of days, part of the reason that they're increasing it is should they wanted to consider making it a permanent regulation, then it can go through the proper process. And if that were to occur, then there would be an economic analysis of that regulation done at that point. The third is to align the NOAA permitting regulations with those of the Florida Department of State Division of Historical Resources. Again, for benefits, we would expect to see expanded protection of historical resources that will result in the benefits that people receive. And I've talked about some of them in terms of the educational experience that people might receive in protecting these non-renewable resources. The cost would be expected to decline over time with a more direct and streamlined permitting process. The ability to address the impact from derelict or abandoned vessels. So past studies have shown, and I'm sure we know from experience, that the damage from derelict and abandoned vessels can accumulate and cost millions of dollars. These regulations will help us to minimize these damages. And for costs, will be relatively small when compared to the liability someone might face of leaving a vessel abandoned and the cost that it may incur that damages the resources. For prohibiting fish feeding, the benefits, we would expect this to be somewhat smaller since there's very few operators that engage in this practice. Overall, the cost would be low, but we do realize that for the businesses that would be affected, the cost to that individual business might be high. For mooring buoy restrictions, we would expect to see the benefits from from helping the vessels to reduce their anchoring and things like that, or the cost might be the actual implementation of the buoys. And then for bait fishing, the benefits would be the avoided administrative cost of permit issuing from the elimination of bait fishing, and the cost would be to purchase the bait for the fishermen that would then purchase the bait, or travel further offshore or further around to catch the bait that they would need. For alternatives for the two options that are for alternative for only, one is to require the sanctuary authorization for livestock aquaculture. The benefits would be the avoidance of unauthorized activity, and then we would expect to be the cost that would be fairly minimum since they already need to fill out a permit for the state. There would just be some additional paperwork required by the sanctuary. And then limit the boat speed within 100 yards of all shoreline. For this, we would expect to see increased public safety, increased benefits in terms of wildlife, reduced shoreline erosion, and we would expect the cost to be minimal as a result of the vessels needing to slow down within 100 yards of the shoreline. So now, the majority of my time I'll spend talking about the marine zone boundaries and those changes and each of the alternatives. First, though, I'm going to get super technical and break out a bunch of econ jargon and define the different terminology and what I mean by that, so that we're all on the same page or slide going forward. So for revenue, this is the value of landings from commercial fishing, and it's also referred to as the ex-vessel value. And this data was taken from the trip ticket data submitted to FWC. For spending, it's expenditures associated with the trip. So if people are engaged in a recreational activity, so spending, I should clarify, revenue is relevant for commercial fishermen, where the spending is going to be relevant to recreational activities. So this could be things like visitors come down and they spend money on hotels, foods, concessions, charter fees, but then there's also a different spending pattern for residents, which we account for in our modeling, where residents might not be spending money on hotels to engage in activity, but they're still spending money on charter fees or food, gasoline. Output is the value of production of goods, and this includes the items that customers purchase and then what the businesses need to have or to purchase to support that activity. Income is the total value paid to workers, and it includes proprietor or business owner income. Jobs are the sum of full-time and part-time and seasonal jobs. So for example, just to be super specific here, when we talk about jobs, if there is a seasonal job that's in the summer season, and then a seasonal job in the winter season, that would be perhaps two separate jobs the way that some people think about it. But in the numbers that I'm presenting, each of those seasons counts as half of the job, right? It's 6 months. And that would equate to one job in the numbers that I'm presenting. And then person days, so 1 person day of fishing or non-consumptive recreation or whatever the activity is that we're looking at, and this would be a full or any part of the day. So if I spend 3 hours to go scuba diving, that would count as 1 person day of scuba diving. Alternatively, if I were to go out on a Monday and stay overnight and fish on both Monday and Tuesday, that would count as 2 person days of fishing. So we'll start with commercial fishing, and we'll go over the methodology, and then I'll present the results. For this, the partnerships we worked with was NCOS, and then Erasmus, University of Miami Erasmus also provided an analysis. So the data, we used the best available data that we had available to us, which is based upon the statistical areas used by the Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, and this data was for commercial fisheries. We have counts and value of revenue available to us by, again, these statistical areas. There's 12 different statistical areas that overlay the Florida Keys National Sanctuary boundaries. And we just want to point out that the analyze the individual zones. So we can't look at what happens if we, create a spot or change spots from a spot to a conservation area. We're not able to look at that. We don't have that level of fine-scale spatial resolution. But we are able to present the overall impacts of alternative 2, 3, and 4. And again, I'm just presenting alternative 3 here today. So the estimates are also by industry, and they do not represent how one individual business may be impacted more or less relative to their colleagues. So for reef fish and lobster, we looked at 9 different reef fish that make up about roughly 90% of the total catch of reef fish in the sanctuary, and then lobster. So we have habitat species relationships that were provided to us by the University of Miami Erasmus, and this tells us where we are most likely to find a given species. For the lobster, those habitat species relationships were provided by FWRI. And then we also have habitat maps provided by NCOS, which show us where those actual habitats that the fish may aggregate or spawn or whatever are located. Then we have the control totals of catch by pounds and revenue for each of these 12 statistical areas. So NCOS used the commercial catch by species and overlaid this with the habitat maps and where we would expect to find those fish, and that's where we presume that they were being caught. So this approach has been used previously, as used in Green Channel Islands, the Marine Reserves process has been used by other state agencies when fine-scale spatial resolution data is not available. The commercial shrimp, this was done slightly differently. We still have the control totals by statistical area. But instead of habitat maps, what we have is the amount of time spent in a given location. So we can build a map of effort throughout the sanctuary for where they're spending time. One of the assumptions we do make is that an hour spent in location A, it would yield the same catch as an hour spent in location B. So again, NCOS used the commercial catch by statistical area and distributed this catch data by pounds and value and by effort. And then the fourth group that we looked at was stone crab. So we have control totals of commercial catch by statistical areas again. We don't have habitat maps or an effort map in terms of the stone crab, so we assumed equal distribution of that catch, which is reported on the trip tickets, across the statistical areas. So there is a greater uncertainty in these estimates in regards to maximum potential loss. So what we find for alternative 3, and these are costs or loss, is that the loss harvest revenue is about $600,000. And this is roughly 1% of the control totals for what was caught in these statistical areas that we're looking at. So this is not, the 1% is not a percentage of the total catch landed in Monroe County. It is what is caught in the 12 statistical areas that we overlay the data with. Income is about $650,000 in terms of loss and 15 jobs. This again does not represent loss to the individual fishermen, but this takes into account as the catch is brought to shore, how it's then sold to restaurants, fish processing, wherever it may be sold to, and how that impact also trickles through the economy in terms of the loss. So moving on to recreational fishing, again we worked with NCOS and the University of Miami Erasmus. We used the best available data, which was also for the large national statistical areas. And this camera data for catch was from the NOAA fisheries. And we used the same accepted approach that's been used in the past to overlay, habitat, or not habitat, the person days and activity, since so we don't have a finer spatial scale resolution of data. So for reef fish, University of Miami, they developed estimates of recreational effort by person days for reef fish by gear type and by mode of access. And then we also have the control total measured as person days for from NOAA fisheries for those 12 statistical areas. And then we have spending estimates that were from past studies that NOAA had done in terms of recreational fishing and the amount that visitors and residents spend to engage in this activity. For recreational fishing for spiny lobster, the FWRI provided spiny lobster fishing effort, and we have control totals of person days within the statistical areas, and NCOS used these person days to distribute across the habitat type. And then again, our spending estimates are from previous studies. So looking at the costs here, it's slightly, it's higher for recreational fishing in terms of the impacts. So when we talk about loss, it's a loss of $13 million in terms of spending. So what people are spending to engage in recreational fishing and spending in the lobster season. And then income is 14.6 million, or sorry, output is 14.6 million, income is 6.8 million, and jobs will be about 40 jobs in terms of loss. So the third category of use that we consider is non-consumptive recreation. This is recreation such as snorkeling, diving, wildlife viewing, kayaking, people going to visitor center, photography, parasailing, activities that don't involve the removal of resources. So for this analysis, the process we look at, we have information on the area protected and the change in the area protected as a percent of overall sanctuary area. And we then have estimates of person days by activity from both NOAA and then the Florida Keys TDC also has some estimates. And again, we have spending estimates for visitors. So looking at this as a benefit, as a result of the change in zones, we would expect to see the quality and quantity of non-consumptive recreation increase as these resources are protected, as reefs begin to rebuild or be healthy. So these are benefits here and not costs. So alternative 3, we would expect the benefit in terms of spending to see roughly an increase of $30 million in spending into the non-resident economy. The output would be a $34 million increase in output. Income would be about $15 million, and then we would expect to see 420 jobs supported by the regulatory changes under alternative 3. So if we were to look at this all together in terms of net benefits, so accounting for the benefits and the costs, we have an output of roughly 18 million, it would be about 22.6 million. The income would be 9.3 million, and the jobs would be a net gain of about 420. So I apologize, these numbers are not correct, but I'll fix them before they go on the website. The last category I want to talk about is non-market valuation. So this isn't in terms of jobs or output or GDP. It's more abstract concept to some. But many people have value for resources even if you're not using them. And even if you use the resource, you may have a value above and beyond what you pay to actually access the resource. And the value may increase or decrease as the access to the resource increases or decreases, and as the quantity and quality of that resource improves or declines. This is what us economists would call consumer surplus. So more economic jargon for you. $15 million in non-market valuation. So there would be some loss of non-market value for recreational fishermen as the number of days might decline. But then we might also see an increase in non-market value for the non-competitive users and for also people who may never come to Florida Keys, but still have a value and still have a willingness to pay to know that these resources are protected in a sustainable way. So before I get to the summary, in regards to the costs, I presented the costs for recreational and commercial fishing. One thing I want to mention is that that is what we estimated. In reality, though, we would not expect to see the loss of that magnitude. In past studies that we've done for the Channel Islands Marine Reserve process, we found 10 years later there was no impact. Andy earlier talked about the likelihood of spillover effects as a result of protecting areas and closing them off to fishing. So, although that is the maximum potential loss that I presented, it is likely that fishermen may be able to substitute or relocate to a different place and still be able to catch the same amount. Or if we see spillover effects as a result of protecting different areas, they would hopefully still have the same catch. This isn't something we can necessarily quantify at this point, right? It requires monitoring and to be able to follow what is occurring in the economy. So to review, we analyzed the impacts of ecosystem services in the sanctuary as a result of the restoration blueprint. So we talked about how there might be some loss in terms of services as a result of less access for various fishing activities, but then we also talked about how we would expect to see benefits accruing to non-consumptive users. And in the long run, we would expect hopefully to see no loss to commercial and recreational fishermen as a result of spillover effect and the habitat, the water quality, and the fish stocks improving from the restoration blueprint. We talked about some economic jargon. We looked at sanctuary-wide regulations. Overall, we're finding net benefits will accrue in each alternative. The improvements to resources result in increased environmental health and improvements to ecosystem services. So as the environment improves, so do the ecosystem services in the way that people can benefit from those resources. And then we also considered the marine zone regulations and found that overall there are net benefits accruing in each alternative. So again, I didn't discuss alternatives 2 and 4 here, but we did find net benefits in every alternative analyzed. There are costs to the recreational and commercial fishermen where the benefits accrue more on the non-consumptive users and the non-market value. I do want to emphasize that in the long run, we would expect these costs to fishermen to decline and perhaps hopefully zero out as we have spillover effects and those resources begin to improve. So all costs represent the maximum potential loss. We're not taking into account the fact that fishermen may relocate to areas outside of the zones where fishing would be prohibited. We're not considering that. We're also not considering the fact that stocks may improve as a result of the restoration blueprint, which would allow there to be more fish to be fished. And all activity, again, so this assumes that all that activity would be lost. It would not be relocated, there would be no substitution, and there would be no spillover effects. That is what we're assuming when we talk about the costs. The results do not address how the individual person or the individual business may be impacted. So these are aggregate numbers, and we do not have information for how the individual might be impacted. But we want to know how you would feel. I'm sure you'll be letting us know, and we will take that into consideration. That's why we're here. That's why we have several days, several months for public comment and many different public information sessions. We do find that the alternatives offer net benefits. And that is it.
Thank you very much. Beth is going to give us a brief presentation on the tools and the next steps in our process. Thank you, Beth.
So this is our last formal presentation before we close the presentations, and we will have presented the content and the analysis of the restoration blueprint. So it's been a long day, a lot of information. Thank you for your attendance and your patience and your attention. And this is very short. I'm just going to revisit how you can find information and how you can continue to stay engaged in this process as we move forward. So once again, and I will do a little bit of interactive work on the computer again in a moment, but I showed you the web page. You can access it at floridakeys.noaa.gov. Click on the image right on the home page, and that will take you to the page that has the document, the static maps, the interactive map, also information about the upcoming information sessions, public comment opportunities, and how you can make public comment. It has the interactive map on it as well. This here is here. It's also information on our website. We are here today, August 20th, listening session. We're presenting a lot of information to the Advisory Council public. And following this, we'll have a series of information sessions in the Florida Keys, Key West, Marathon, and the Upper Keys in Tavernier. The October 5th Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting, a lot of that meeting will be devoted to hearing from the public, getting public comment at that meeting, and followed by additional public information sessions in Miami and Fort Myers, and then our December 10th Advisory Council meeting as well. Public comment goes through January 31st of 2020, and so starting today on through, public comment, regulations.gov is where you can submit written public comments, and there's more information on our website about that. This slide just shows the process to date and moving forward where we are. As we talked about this morning, the condition report was really one of the triggers, the impetus to begin this review. Lots of advisory council engagement, community engagement through this process. The agency and partners taking all that information and translating it into the document that we have released for public comment today. And then following public comment, an agency review of that comment, putting out a proposed draft rule that will then have additional public comment. So this is one step in that process of more public input for how we may update the management of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And the next steps include more opportunity with this body, public comment, as well as the agency's responsibilities to coordinate with our state partners, DEP, FWC, as well as our own agency partners, National Marine Fisheries Service, and both the South Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. So we'll be working a lot at interagency as well as public and community engagement. So this is not really what I want to show you, but this is the steps of regulations.gov, and I'm going to take you to our website, hopefully. So here is that page devoted to the restoration blueprint, and right now, to find regulations.gov, it is at the bottom. But we're going to try and make it a little bit more accessible for the public to get right to that. And you will click on this link. It will take you to regulations.gov. I'm just going to copy this docket number here. Here I am at regulations.gov. In the search box, I will put that docket number, maybe without the period. Search, and here is the draft document where you can hit this button, comment now. So public comments starting today, if you would like to submit public comment, but we have public comment open through January 31st, so you can come to additional listening sessions, ask more questions, get more involved. Public comment open through regulations.gov till January 31st.
Great. Sarah Feynman is going to wrap up our restoration blueprint presentations.
Okay, made it. That was a lot. I realized that was a lot. Thank you for hanging in there with us for these extensive presentations. I hope that after listening to all this, you understand why we wanted to take this time to really devote to giving you a careful and thorough explanation of what is being presented. I hope too that our Sanctuary Advisory Council, members of the public that were part of the working groups, you see where we were taking into account the input that you have provided through the years. I also hope that you see that a lot of work went into this, and I am extraordinarily proud of the staff and the tremendous dedication. I hope it is apparent how much these folks have really worked to try to put together a strong proposal, put together information for you all, give you tools that you can use. We are committed to listening now. We've done our work. Now we want to listen. Now we want to hear from you. This is the opportunity for us to get to hear from you. I've already started hearing ideas of how this can be better. I know there's a lot of ideas. The buzz is starting, and that's fantastic. As I said earlier, this is our opportunity. This is our opportunity to do something. My hope is that, in our country right now, we are very divided on controversial issues. And my hope is that in this process, that we don't let that tendency reveal itself in this process. I know that we aren't all going to agree. I know that we need to work to make this even better. That said, I hope we can do that productively. I hope we can do that through listening and really respecting where everyone is coming from and trying to find that common solution that we can all get behind. We don't have many opportunities like this. It has taken us nearly 10 years to get here. And so we cannot waste what we have done. And then I just want to leave you with one thought that really speaks to me and inspires me as I work with you all on this. And some of you have heard me tell this story. But a few months ago, I had the opportunity to meet with a few new divers, relatively new divers. They were all girls. They were between ages 13 and 16. And they had been diving, each of these, for 1 to 2, maybe 3 years. These girls told me how in their short time diving in the Florida Keys, they have seen declines on these resources. I can accept that I, at 50, have seen declines. I've been diving these resources in the Keys for close to 20 years, and I've seen changes. I can accept that in that amount of time, that's possible. I cannot accept that for young divers who are just learning to dive and have only been doing it for a couple of years can bear witness to declines. And so my hope is that in this process, and it will take time to get through this process, and then it will take time for us to see the benefits of what we achieve. But my hope is that girls like these that I heard from will bear witness when they're at my stage in life. They will bear witness not to the decline, but that we did something about it. We turned it around and then we made it. That's what I hope. So thank you.
All right, so this is going to be an informal break. This time is set aside for the public to engage with the advisory council members or members of the sanctuary staff, share your questions, your question cards. I've received one already. We'll take about 30 minutes. If it looks like the engagement is slowed down, we might call it a little earlier than that since we're behind schedule, but we'll reconvene, and then the Sanctuary Advisory Council will have a discussion, and then Q&A. The Sanctuary Advisory Council will use that time to ask questions and share some of the questions they hear from their public in their various constituencies. So with that, tentatively, we'll reconvene at 4:25, unless it seems like we can do that earlier. Thank you.
In alternative 4, as I noted this morning, the Advisory Council goal to protect large contiguous habitats. The ecosystem protection was the working group that looked at ecological reserves, special use areas, and sanctuary preservation areas. And through their 14 months, I believe, of process to examine all the marine zones and look at proposals for modifications and new marine zones, they ultimately did not recommend a large contiguous zone in the Upper Keys region because of the whole host of other management areas in that zone. And so in sort of honoring that input from the community, the agency includes large contiguous area in the Upper Keys in only the most protective alternative.
To be continued.
Any other questions for me? Okay.
Well, this is a question.
He's turning it on.
Okay, keep talking, yeah. This is a question that was brought up by somebody in the audience. Will the Fort Keys National Marine Sanctuary be installing additional mooring buoys in spas to account for the new no anchoring regulations? Let's just throw it out there. That's a good question.
So again, at this point, this is a draft proposal out for public comment, and as we get that public comment and determine what the final proposed plan would be and how we implement it, at that point, depending upon what that final implementation is, we would look at those elements to continue to facilitate the use of these areas while protecting the resources.
Good job today, guys. I just want to say that first off. I have a question that comes from the audience. I think this is in regards to Western Dry Rocks. It said it was a trolling-only zone, and I think the question is, can you clarify exactly what trolling only? Because as a fisherman, trolling means my boat is in gear and I'm dragging something of a surface or semi-subsurface lure or bait across an area. Is that an accurate definition, or does it simply mean no anchoring? Can you guys provide further clarity as to what trolling only means?
Once we get down to the point of developing the actual regulatory text for that, we would have to hash that out, and so we would basically work with the public to identify what the appropriate definition is for that, similar to the way that definitions for traditional fishing activities were done in the past. So just like areas where there's proposals for no anchoring, we need to define exactly what anchoring is. So is that use of a traditional danforth anchor system? Is it a grapple anchor system? Is it push poles? Is it power poles? Exactly what is that? So we're going to have to really work on hashing out the details and what those explicit regulations and restrictions will be. That's sort of.
Sorry, all I was going to add to what he said is that basically that is the intent of that regulation, but as we develop the final definitions, regulations, depending upon what is implemented, those would have to be developed.
Right, we've heard a lot of presentations leading up to this about how important Western Dry Rocks was as a multi-species aggregation spot, and then to kind of be left today with a somewhat obscure, undefined, zone here, which was presented to us as an incredibly important one. I just think that more could have been done, and I would like to hear a rock solid definition of exactly what trolling is and how it's intended to protect spawning aggregations up there. And I had another follow-up. Just a general thing that we didn't hear anything about here was law enforcement. And it was something that I heard at every single one of the roundtables and in every single discussion that I've had with just about every single person on how we intend to, address this increase in zones and increase in management and all of the robust work that we want to do. And I just, haven't heard anything about, how we intend to address the real needs of law enforcement communities and, how we intend to have a culture of knowledge being passed down from, generation to generation. So I know that today's meeting perhaps was just putting out the maps and not addressing some of those internal issues, but just wanted to know if those are going to be issues that we're going to deal with perhaps at a later SAC meeting where we kind of discuss the nuts and bolts of everything that we want to do that we've heard about today with what we can actually do, with regards to law enforcement or signs and just money in general, I guess.
And that,
is that going to happen?
That was briefly touched on this morning in the discussions about the management plan. So one of the activities within the management plan is to work on increasing and addressing the enforcement issues that we do have down here in the Keys. Is something that we've been working on every day, trying to improve that. We recently participated in a summit out in California with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement, Coast Guard, our Office of General Counsel to talk more about how with some of the Coast Guard shifting missions and being able to focus more on living marine resource enforcement since some of their innovation operations have slowed down here and then, that they're going to be able to assist us with some of their folks beefing up and increasing that partnership with enforcement on the water. So those are ongoing discussions that we're having at both the site level and the headquarters level across all of our agencies to try to increase enforcement sanctuary-wide. So it is a discussion that we continue to have and try to identify solutions to make that happen.
Thank you. And David, if you could also state your constituency.
I represent research and monitoring, and a lot of them were questions about percentages and stuff on the reef, and one of them was the 6% coral cover statistic. Is that relative to the 2,900 square miles of the habitat, 6% of the hard bottoms, 6% of the reef, which is, I think I can answer that was actually the CRIMP, the basically coral reef monitoring program, and it was specific to reefs themselves at 6%. However, now that number is lower, and so those numbers are pretty accurate to follow exact long-term sites. It doesn't include some of the other non-CRIMP sites as patch reefs and some others. So it might be a little misleading, but it's not over the whole amount. And so that's something we have to take into account. The other percentages of just what is being protected beyond just the sanctuary protection, as far as further protection of that. And the percentages are about 5% when you include the Dry Tortugas Preserve. If you take out the Dry Tortugas Preserve, it's actually about less than 1%. So some of the questions were in the new ones. If you take out the Dry Tortugas, are we going to get up to 1% on that, while the other countries in the Caribbean are shooting for 20% by 2020? And last is just some comments about this great work. In fact, I want to preempt it by what a great job the sanctuary staff has done putting all this monumental material and presentations. Thank you very much for that. That is monumental. And this the blueprint looks a lot like doing very well in both management as well as looking into potentials of different areas for zonations. Maybe a little lacking in the actual restoration part. So maybe the name of blueprint for restoration is blueprint for management and zoning, but we need to maybe crank up the restoration part.
Thank you, David. Yes, Gary.
Well, I've got one up here.
Go ahead.
Chris Berg, Conservation and Environment, Seat 2 of 2. This question was in my mind, and others in the audience asked it. The new zones focused on the coral nurseries. Do those cover just the coral nursery or also contiguous hard bottom or coral reef habitat? And I think my answer are off the air, but congratulations to all of you for getting this thing out the door. Thank you.
Yes, so it's the coral nurseries and the hard bottom that's surrounded that way. For instance, Pickles Reef covers the whole nursery area as well as the hard bottom area where a lot of the experimental outplanting right now is going on.
When we were talking, Karen Thurman, Voting Street. When we were talking about derelict vessels, you used the phrase becoming derelict. And how do we qualify that so it's not just someone's opinion?
So that specific regulation is based on us trying to become consistent with not only the state of Florida and their derelict vessel program, but also other national marine sanctuary sites. And so recently, was it last year, Captain, the at-risk?
At-risk, yes.
So the state of Florida passed a law that identifies certain criteria that a vessel can meet to become designated as at-risk of becoming a derelict vessel, and that is a violation of your state statute. So we're looking to bring our regulations to become consistent with the state so that we can actually take an action to possibly prevent something from becoming derelict without having to impact resources before we do that.
And just on that, where we reference that we're trying to align our proposals with something that may exist in the state regulations and in state waters, in the document, the state regulation is referenced. So either some is excerpted in the document or the actual regulation is referenced. So you can find information there as well.
And I too had several people ask about mooring walls, and I think it would be great if we added more, but I think it's also important to bring to the public that those are being rotated, and we're going to do more research to make sure the areas where the mooring walls are now aren't suffering more degradation. Is that fair to say to people?
So the proposals in the restoration blueprint and in the management plan section, there are elements related to our mooring buoy program and how we may change or implement based on what the final proposal is. And so I would encourage people to go to that section to look at what the full scope of mooring buoy sort of proposals and activities are, and to provide comment about ideas on what we proposed as well as additional input for us to consider.
Only one more thing about the mooring walls. A couple of people asked why we don't allow overseas, and I think that's also a nice thing that the public knows about. And this is just, please feel free, I don't want to speak officially, but I know there's been some issues with squatters. And if everybody wants to use a mooring wall, everybody needs to get a turn on the mooring wall. And I believe we've also had some Airbnb folks that sort of took up residence on some of the mooring walls. So, and I know where I am, I just don't feel very protected out there on a mooring wall overnight. That's all I know about that.
Oh, yes. See who that is now. Oh, Joe Weatherby. Go ahead.
Well, this is not really mooring walls, but there's a lot of different protected areas being proposed, these wildlife management areas, and backcountry and things like that. Are we going to buoy all of those as far as boundary buoys, or not? And I was kind of talking, it's like the day is coming when everybody's going to have a GPS, and when your GPS says you're getting near this, it's like a telephone. Like, who has a paper map anymore to find out where we're going? But in the interim, before everybody has that, are you going to buoy all those areas so that people know? I mean, is that being calculated into the cost?
And like I said on previous questions, once we know what the final looks like, then we'll have a better handle on what we're going to have to mark, and that's why there's a difference in that we're describing some of the wildlife management areas between alternative 3 and alternative 4. When you switch from a contour, it would require a significant number of buoys, say every 100 feet, to where you can do a square where you may have to just do 4 corners and 1 in the middle to reduce the number of buoys. So not really knowing what the final product is going to look like, we don't know how many buoys that's going to take, if that's going to be a
develop a tool that and it's in development and it requires, software and technology to all line up. But our intention is to have a product that we can launch with any changes that occur that will be the kind of tool you're talking about. Because all of us have these. And it would be a phone-based tool.
You are entering a no-take zone,
Yes, it would help people to know where they are and if they are in a special zone. And also, we want to bring into it added benefit. So did you know that this is what you're likely to see here? And so we are actively working on that right now, developing that, because it is in recognition of, I think your point is that this would be difficult potentially for people to understand. It's already complicated out there. We understand that. And so we want to find ways to help make sure that people understand it. And it does kind of speak to the enforcement question too, right? Because it also speaks to people being able to know where they are. Because I believe a lot of people that get on the wrong side of the rules aren't doing it because they want to get on the wrong side of the rules, it's because they don't know. And so as a part of this, and as Beth and Stevens have expressed, until we know exactly where these are and how many there might be, we can't know how many buoys do we need to put in, how many markers. We don't want to just mark up the heck of this place, and that's not how people want to see it. So what else can we do to help people understand what it is that we're proposing and make sure that they can follow the rules if they are so inclined, which I don't most time.
And Ken, I would just add too that these questions of mooring ball systems are not unique to Florida Keys. So this is where the National Marine Sanctuary System, I think, comes into play. We're wrestling with these questions in a lot of places. And there's benefit, I think we see sort of corporately, if that's the right word, to solving some of these cost questions that come along with mooring buoy and mooring buoy systems in a lot of places.
Well, to continue our mooring boat spree, I had a question from a dive operator out of Alvarado, which I couldn't answer. He said, if I wanted to fund mooring boats off our beach, is that an option for me? I think obviously I like the idea, considering budget constraints, but where would he direct a question like that? Certainly not to me.
We are looking into that, Joe, because our mooring system, our buoy system, our marker buoys, we have 800 some, and it's an aging infrastructure, and so we're struggling to keep up, is the honest answer. And so as we think about the potential to have an additional obligation to maintain these, we are thinking about how can we do this in partnership with the community. And so I don't have an exact answer for you right now, but I can tell you we are exploring that. What opportunities are there for public-private partnerships in maintaining these? Because we hear all the time from users, hey, my favorite mooring is out, what's going on? The honest truth is we're struggling to keep up with that because the infrastructure is aging.
It sounded like his, his concept or where he wanted to go was, I don't know if he's still here, but he was asking about public-private partnership, and I wanted to ask it out loud so he could get some direction on where he should call, who he should speak to about that.
I have an answer on that, a separate answer on that, because that's state in many cases.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, the answer to that it starts with DEP because of sovereign submerged lands. Depending on where he wants to go with that, he can contact DEP. He can also contact me, and I can give him some more direction specifically on how that's done. DEP does the process along with Army Corps, and then finally the National Marine Sanctuary also issues a permit based on DEP's approval and that of the Army Corps. And it is done. It's rare. In fact, we had one come up the other day that had no idea these people had this mooring ball, but it does happen, so it's possible to do things like that.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yes, I'm understanding that an alternative plan is yet to be
draft it, be it 1, 2, 3, or 4, but let's just say for a moment that there was plan 3 and or 4, say a combination of 3 and 4. Let's just say it ultimately it went to plan 4 was deemed to be of best benefit. Are we in a position to be able to enact that financially, or will we need to count on the Sanctuary Foundation? Do we know, is there enough funds aside budgeted for to enact either number 3 or number 4? Or again, will we have to rely on outside funding? Will we find that if we opt for one or the other, will we have to then take a step back because we underestimated what it will take? I mean, again, we talked about mooring balls. A mooring ball for 65 feet of vessel and then having multiple 65, 100,000 pound boats we're talking about. Are we able to fund what it is we're talking about doing, or will we have to count on outside sources to get the job done?
I can, thanks. It's a great question, and as this process moves forward, the cost is going to be a big part of the thinking that goes into ultimately what we publish as the final product. Now that said, I can speak to very recent progression of our budget from the sanctuary's perspective, and it's been good. All things considered, it's been good. At a time when different parts of NOAA, other federal agencies are facing, zeroing out, we have seen increases to our budget. The way that works in our program is we do not have specific congressional lines that come to each sanctuary. It comes as one big pot to the sanctuary system, and then we base that based on needs that you see on an annual basis. So in this case, as this gets closer to finalization, we're going to have to see, as rightly said, we're going to have to assess what the final plan looks like. Now, is outside funding going to be a part of that? Yeah, probably. I would say that is not only unique here, it's not. It's the way we're doing business everywhere. So what those needs are, it's a little unclear at the moment, but right now, as I mentioned at the start of this meeting, this blueprint is of highest priority to this program. We have other things that we have to pay for, but I think it depends again on what that final situation looks like. But I would say, yes, there is going to be a need for some external funding in support of this with partnerships with the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. But from our own appropriation, this will continue to be a high priority.
I'd like to add a comment on that too. Kind of what Will Benson was talking about and now Ken. During our public scoping process, there was a lot of conversation about user fees, and I haven't seen anything today. Andy briefly mentioned something about some fees that would later go into conservation, but are user fees included in any part of this?
They're not, but that doesn't mean that that's not a subject for this advisory council to take up. There is language in our legislation that we can consider that. It's not something we actively do, but this is a subject that Ed and Sarah and I have been talking about for years. So I would suggest that given that we are in the draft phase, this is something that we can talk about, we can think through, but it's certainly not off the table.
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to join some of my colleagues in complimenting the quality of the product and the presentations. While I think it's possible or likely that not everybody agrees with all the specifics of this plan that's rolled forward, I think most people will probably agree that it's transparent and it's inclusive. And the quality of that, all the layering of information and how you can dig down in and really look at the details is just remarkable. My hat's off to everybody for the quality of that work. I did have a question from somebody who's left dealing with the bait fish question in the spas. And he basically wanted, he seemed to him that this was a relatively non-intrusive activity, and he wanted to know why it was going to be phased out and excluded going forward. So I wanted to pass that question on.
So the proposal includes to eliminate issuing bait fish permits for bait fishing in the sanctuary preservation areas. That does not affect bait fishing activity throughout the rest of the sanctuary. So only the permits that allow bait fishing within the sanctuary preservation areas would be affected by this proposal.
But his question was why it couldn't be eliminated in the spas. He thought it was a non-intrusive activity in the past. So.
Okay, so to that, the proposal in looking at sanctuary preservation areas, they are no-take areas with the two exceptions of allowing bait fishing by permit in spas, and in 4 of the existing spas, catch and release by trolling. And so looking at management going forward and looking at the intent of these marine zones, 1, to separate conflicting uses, fishing and diving. So those are conflicting uses to allow bait fishing and catch and release by trolling, as well looking at the compliance issues. So these areas used for diving, snorkeling, visitors who come down here may not be super familiar with all of the regulations. They see someone else fishing in these areas that are no-take areas. We may have other fishing activities. So really to be consistent in our regulations, to enhance compliance and separating conflicting users.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, am I here? Steve Leopold, Charter Fishing Sports Fishing. I was just about to make a comment the same. Thanks for staying on So, bait fishing in the spas is actually, and you only allow the type of fish to catch bait fishing are valued. And the permit that was issued is very, very specific that you have to, well, first we get a permit, and there's only 2 methods and 2 separate permits for 2 different types of ways to catch that bait fish, or valuable only fish. It's the only fish you're allowed to catch in the spa, so you're breaking the law. So, and I heard mentioned a few times bait fishing. I think you should be more specific when you're mentioning the actual type of bait fishing, and understand the rules and the whole the permit. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood exactly what that permit is and where you're allowed to do it. Only in a number of federal spas and none of the state spas. So pretty specific permit. And I don't have a big comment at this point on that, but definitely worth comment on that.
All right, so we'll wrap up our questions with Corey Malcolm. Again, we'll have ample opportunity in the future at our next meetings and public comment periods, but we're already over our agenda for today, so Corey, if you could...
All right, thank you. Corey Malcolm, Submerged Cultural Resources. I just had a nice meeting. There's about 10 people concerned with submerged cultural resources here, and we sat for that half hour. I do want to say this entire issue of submerged cultural resources, I had asked early in the process if we were starting to talk about everything and break out into different groups, about, is submerged cultural resources going to be addressed? And I was told by an earlier superintendent that there were no issues with submerged cultural resources. No changes were anticipated. And I think through this whole process, as you've probably seen over the last 7 years or whatever, we really haven't talked about submerged cultural resources, thinking that nothing was going to change. And then today, there's a lot of change. And it was a surprise to me, and it's a surprise to the constituents. And I think, in our group that we were just sitting and talking, everybody was in agreement that the best thing that we could do is to have a little late, but a working group that got together and met with staff and brought together all the cultural resource permittees to sit together and talk about what their concerns are and maybe what some of the solutions are, what's good, what's bad, Is that?
Of course.
Okay. That was my big question. So that's really, I've got a dozen cards here, I'm not going to read them all because it would take up too much time, but I think if we could do that, that would answer a lot of the questions that we have on these cards.
Thank you. And we will gladly do that at your convenience, and I apologize for that misunderstanding with regard to previous discussions and interpretations. I don't know the context, but I can tell you that we will work with you to listen and to try to address your concerns once you have time to actually look at it.
Right. Yeah. Got to see what's in there. Thank you. So we'll look forward to putting together an SCR workup group and see how that goes. Thanks.
Thank you, Board. And thank you, everyone, for your time today. I know it's, time is our most precious commodity as people, and it's how we spend it. And all of us on the SAC and interested parties, thank you for giving up your time for this very important process. Public engagement, public comment is, and it has been an extremely important component of the entire restoration blueprint process. And it serves as an opportunity to help shape the future of our sanctuary. SAC members, please continue to outreach to your various constituencies. We still have the presentations and the infographics and everything else that was provided to us, the videos. In addition to the information that's been given to us here today, please try to get the word out to your constituents. Let them know the process that's happening now. And public comment, as we've heard, is open until the end of January, so we have plenty of time there. Continue to watch the Sanctuary website, Facebook page, sign up for the email updates. I encourage you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then you can keep an eye on the upcoming meetings and opportunities to provide additional public comment. And again, if you're shy, you don't want to speak publicly, you can always go to regulations.gov and submit your comments there. So with that, I look forward to seeing everybody at our October meeting. Again, thank you for your time today.